Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 83. With the big hole punched by Menthuthuiopi as the center, the originally soft soil began to transform into white silk threads little by little. The densely packed and wriggling silk threads looked like layers of small white bugs. It began to devour everything around it bit by bit. Soil, weeds, trees. Everything within sight was gradually assimilated by the silk thread. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the army of chimera ants began to retreat. The chimera ant soldiers who did not have time to retreat fell into the wriggling silk world and lost their lives. What's going on? Menthuthuiopi retreated to a distance, looking at the wriggling silk thread, feeling puzzled. These silk threads seemed to have life, ruthlessly devouring everything around them. Was it those two humans who did it? Nephibito said. I can't feel any chi in these threads. How weird. Menthuthuiopi and Nephibito, the three guards of the king, judge the strength of a creature by the amount of chi in the creature's body. This is also the experience summarized from hunting humans. This human is just like the one the Ant King encountered last time. They both used a power that doesn't require telekinesis to activate. Chi is a power that originally exists in living organisms. It is the source of power for all living things. It gave birth to Nen and also created strong people. However, recently, I have encountered more and more humans using unknown abilities that are beyond the scope of mind. The unknown is often scary. Careful. Nephibito felt a sharp murderous aura coming from the wire pit on the ground and shouted loudly. Kiju, Leulu, take the troops and retreat far away. Menthuthuiopi and I will deal with these two humans. The current battle is no longer one that ordinary chimera ants can participate in. Even for division commanders like Gio and Leulu, it's useless. The troops also need to catch food for the Ant King. The white line of wild waves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the deep pit where Hisoka and Illumi were, several thick white lines emerged from the pit. A fiery red figure rose into the air and leaped into the air. Use both hands to control the white line of Huang Lang. Tens of thousands of transparent white threads were arranged horizontally, forming a raging wave-like attack, surging up from underneath Nephibito and gradually moving towards Menthuthuiopi in the middle. Eventually, a huge white line of waves shaped like a braid was formed, trapping Menthuthuiopi in the line. The awakened state of the string fruit Hisoka the string man is here. Hisoka was suspended in the air, his feet on the white line of Huang Lang, and all 10 fingers were wrapped with white silk threads. Hisoka in the awakened state of the devil fruit. I feel as if I am one with everything around me. I am the line. Everything is line. The huge white line of the waves. A move that turns everything around into lines and hits the opponent like a huge wave, causing damage to a large area. It can also be regarded as an enhanced version of the white line of the wild wave. The ocean and the white waves. The entire ground was transformed into an ocean of rolling and turbulent waves formed by lines, entangling all living things on the sea surface. Thousands of arrows pierce the heart, feather strikes, and lines. Thousands of armed colored threads rise from the ground in the shape of bird wings, surrounding the enemy and piercing their hearts with thousands of arrows. Totally crazy. Hisoka felt a power he had never felt before. The scope of the online world continues to expand during the battle. In the online world, Hisoka is like a god. The attacked Menthuthuiopi was defeated. Hisoka was also the first enemy he found difficult to deal with. He had to be careful of the ground under his feet that had been assimilated into the lines, while also defending against waves of attacks from the air. Damn it! How damn terrible! Menthuthuiopi roared angrily. Hisoka's attacks couldn't really break his defense, but each attack was focused on one point, and this was not a solution. Nephibito, hiding in a tree outside the online world, looked solemn. Apart from the human who had fought with the Ant King before, this was the first time she had encountered such a powerful human. What on earth are these lines about? Why can't I sense any presence of chi? Call out! Nephibito started and jumped onto the battlefield. She had already discovered that Hisoka's attack could not cause any substantial damage to Menthuthuiopi. It's time to join the battlefield and harvest the enemies. The entrance of Nephibito has more meanings in the eyes of the Chimera Ant army. Lialu, this opponent seems to be quite difficult. Kid looked at the line world that had assimilated more than half of the forest, his tone heavy. This opponent is more difficult than the humans we encountered before. If we are not careful, we will be dragged into the line. What are you afraid of? Even though that human is powerful, you can see that he didn't cause any substantial damage to Master Menthuthuiopi. You probably don't understand the value of the king's 3 guards. Speaking of the king's 3 guards, Leulu felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. The bloodline hierarchy system within the Chimera Ants almost blocks the channels for the lower-level Chimera Ants to rise. What level of Chimera Ant you are is determined the moment you are born. However, Leulu discovered a way to go against the will of heaven. He could increase his strength by eating nutritious humans. As long as they eat more, sooner or later they will be able to cross bloodlines and grow into a Chimera Ant at the level of a direct guard team. Just watch carefully. That human won't be able to jump around for long. The center of the battlefield. With the addition of Nephibit, the balance of victory in this war gradually tilted towards the Chimera Ants. After the awakening of the string fruit, Hisoka's strength increased exponentially. It can even change the terrain and entangle the opponent. However, the defenses of Menthuthuiopi and Nephibito, who were at the level of the Chimera Ants' direct guards, were too strong. The silk thread cannot cause fatal damage to the opponent. Hisoka retreated while relying on the linear terrain. Shield White Line. Several huge lines emerge from the ground to defend against enemy attacks. Hisoka released the Shield White Line more and more times. He had to guard against the opponent's attacks while using the line to wrap up the underground Goran and Illumi to move. Do 2 things at once. Best MVP. Illumi, if you don't wake up, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Hisoka shouted towards the ground. At the moment Hisoka's string fruit awakened, Illumi told him to wrap him with string. He didn't know what Illumi was going to do. But he can't hold on any longer. No response. Hisoka continued to yell, if you don't come out, you and Renran will be buried with me. After Hisoka's transformation, a terrifying aura emanated from the ground, which was covered with white lines. Gloomy. Cold. Sure enough, Wang. After hearing sure enough, Wang, Illumi, who was wrapped in the thread, the 1,000 blades of demon in his arms flashed an evil purple color. Boom! A sword energy flew out from the ground, tearing a hole in the silken earth. Chapter 84. 1,000 Blades of Demonic Dao. Only attack, no defense, unparalleled in the world. Illumi flew out from the ground covered with silk threads, holding 1,000 magic blades, staring at Menthuthuiopi and Nephibito with a grim expression. Hateful. As expected, Wang is my brother, beloved relative, and friend. Hisoka is dead if he dies. You're actually going to wipe out my bond. When he thought of that little blue figure and little eyes, Illumi's heart seemed to no longer be cold. When he saw Guoran Wang for the first time, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He used to be the eldest son of the Zaldik family and a top killer. There was one rule that always followed him throughout his career as a killer. If you can't win, just run. There's no need to fight desperately. Just now, he understood. Did I understand what the gap was between me and demonic 1,000 blades? Only attack, no defense, unparalleled in the world. He lacks the courage to forge ahead, and his courage is looked down upon by demonic 1,000 blades. Illumi raised the magic sword 1,000 blades, which was emitting a strange purple light, and he no longer hesitated or wavered in his heart. 1,000 blades of demonic Dao, only attack, no defense. Unparalleled in the world. Call out. Ilmi held the magic sword Thousand Blades and chopped straight at Menthuthweopi on the ground. The gap between him and the demon sword disappeared. One of the national treasures of the Shenduan kingdom, the magic sword guarded by the evil spirit for 1,000 years, showed its powerful posture for the first time in the hunter world. The broken lines on the blade were gradually penetrated by the purple light. Hack! A huge purple sword energy swung out along the blade and chopped off Menthuthweopi's head. Let it vent! Roar! A sword energy. 2 sword energies. 3 sword energies. Thousands and thousands of sword energies slashed out from the magic sword, attacking Menthuthweopi from all directions. Totally crazy. Quick. Extremely fast. The faster you swing, the more sword energy you have and the higher the damage. Swish, swish, swish. As the sword energy was swung out, Ilmi felt a pleasure he had never felt before. The ultimate attack. I, Illumi, will be in charge. Boom boom boom. Hisoka cooperated with Illumi to attack Menthuthweopi and Nephibito, and the two attacked with extreme ferocity. Areas were gradually transformed into Hisoka lines, and every sword attack from Illumi made a loud explosion-like sound. A large area of forest in NGL has been destroyed beyond recognition by the two men. Seen from the sky, the battlefield looked like green hair with a large bald spot, which was extremely conspicuous. The Chimera Ant army, looking at the tragic battlefield, no longer had any desire to watch the fun. Gio and Leulu led the remaining Chimera Ant troops to retreat. The world as far as the eye can see has completely turned into a world of white lines. The Chimera Ant army also began to quarrel because of the unknown outcome of the war. Oh my god! Are the two adults going to lose to those two humans? Shut up, do you want to die? Trust the Legion commander. Come on! These Legion commanders just want us to help the Ant King capture humans. Most of the Chimera Ants are forced to catch food for the Ant King, and they have long been unhappy with the Ant King's coercive policy. The only two division commanders in the Chimera Ant army, Kiju and Leolu, were thinking about the next countermeasures. Kiju, do you think those two adults can win? Leolu asked Kiju beside him. Kido didn't answer, just shook his head slightly. His shaking head in response was very clever in Leulu's eyes. Don't you know? Still can't win? Leulu continued to test Gio. The sensitive Leulu has recently had a feeling that the Ant King's behavior seems too abnormal. Not only that, the bodies of some Chimera Ant division commanders were sent to the Ant King's palace along with human corpses. He had a bold guess that the Ant King was now eating the corpses of Chimera Ants in addition to humans to increase his strength. I have to protect myself. When it comes to the Chimera Ant at the level of division commander, every one of them has his own little plans in mind. Leulu can be said to be the most thoughtful among the division commanders. Kido, we are old acquaintances. Do you think the Ant King will eat you to increase his strength? Buzz. Kido looked at Leulu in disbelief, then looked at the Chimera Ants around him, making sure that the Chimera Ants next to him were 10 meters away from him. Then he said slowly, Leolu, what do you mean? Kiju, the Ant King is not normal. I just want to protect myself. Kido was silent and didn't say anything. He just looked silently at the two adults who were fighting. At the same time, in the heart of NGL, the linearization of large areas has been discovered by the V5 troops surrounding NGL and the earthly branches that came to take charge. Not far from where Hisoka was fighting, Sayu, the monkey from the 12 earthly branches, was squatting on a tree, watching the battle nearby. It's so tragic. He commanded his mind beast 3 monkeys to set up a camera on a tree near the battlefield and broadcast the situation on the scene to the V5 generals and earthly branches in the camp. In the screen, Hisoka and Illumi flew into the air and cooperated to attack Menthuthweopi and Nephibito. The power of the demonic sword Thousand Blades and the string fruit caused all the Nen present to lose consciousness. Is this Nen? I found the information of these two people. The red-haired one is called Hisoka and is a registered hunter. The black-haired Illumi is also a registered hunter. The general of V5 looked at the representative of the Hunter Association, and Paris, the vice president of the Hunter Association, asked. Your Hunter Association has already sent people to deal with the Chimera ants? Is it President Netero? Pariston replied with a smile, of course. President Netero led several hunters to NGL to investigate early in the morning. At this moment, Pariston's head was spinning wildly. He knew the identities of these two people, a former member of the Phantom Troop and the eldest son of the Zaldik family. Both of them are not easy to deal with. Will they listen to Netero? Although Pariston and Netero do not get along, for the sake of the Hunter Association's face, these have to be the actions of the Hunter Association. Too strong. The two Chimera ants on the opposite side are definitely the Ant King's direct guards. I'm afraid ordinary hunters can't even take one of their attacks. The earthly branch dog Cheadle Yorkshire analyzed the strength of the two Chimera ants on the opposite side based on the battle screen. The strength of the Chimera ants at the direct guard level is beyond imagination. The Hunter Association is really full of talented people. Two hunters without any stars can actually fight against the Chimera ants at the level of the direct guard team to this extent. Change the ground. 10,000 sword energies. It's really terrifying. The generals of V5 looked at the two people in the picture and smacked their lips. Nan's individual strength is terrifyingly strong. Wait, look, that Catwoman's head seems to have fallen down. On the battlefield, Hisoka and Illumi cooperate with each other. Special move, 16 holy bullets, divine slaying, 16 huge white lines wrapped in high-density telekinesis rise from the ground and pierce the enemy at an extremely fast speed, completely piercing the enemy. In addition, the magic sword Thousand Blades in Ilmi's hand turned into thousands of fragments for coordination. In the end, the two-way attack all fell on Nephibito. Wow! Nephibito fell down, and several streams of blood spurted out from the wound. Nephibit. Chapter 85. In a world of white silk threads, a gushing blood deeply soaked the squirming silk thread earth. In the blood-stained place, Nephibito, leader of the Chimera Ant army, stared at the pale sky with an expression of disbelief. The sounds in her ears gradually became blurred, and she could vaguely hear Menthuthweopi calling her name. Is this what it feels like to die? Nephibito raised his head slightly and looked at the dozen dark red threads inserted into his abdomen. King! I may not be able to accompany you. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and at the last moment before her death, she was still muttering about the king of the Chimera Ants. I'm sorry, King. King. Until no sound could be made anymore, the breath of Nephibit officially disappeared. The Chimera Ant King's direct guard, the Nephibitos, are offline. Seeing Nephibito's breath completely gone, Menthuthweopi went completely crazy. As the king's direct guard, Menthuthweopi has a special feeling for Nephibit. Among the Chimera Ants, only Chimera Ants of the same bloodline level can communicate normally. With the death of Nephibit, Menthuthweopi lost half of his only two friends and colleagues in the world. Anger. Totally crazy. Menthuthweopi looked at the dead Nephibito and completely lost his mind. The Warcraft gene in his body was also completely stimulated at this moment. The strongest centaur form, Menthuthweopi, ran towards Hisoka and Illumi. Hisoka and Illumi looked at Menthuthweopi who had lost his mind and exchanged glances. Illumi took out a metal ring from his arms and placed it on the ground. The two of them entered the circle one by one and disappeared. Menthuthweopi looked at the circle on the ground and stomped towards it angrily with his front hooves. But, the next second, the circle on the ground disappeared. The scent of Hisoka and Illumi was gone from the air. The telekinesis in Menthuthweopi's body surged, and the non-skill circle was fully released at this moment, sensing everything around him. He ran wildly in one direction, amplifying his perception. Hey? Another human being. Menthuthweopi, while running wildly, sensed the existence of 3 mental powers, rushing in one direction among the woods. At this time, Sayu, one of the 12 earthly branches, who was observing from a distance, looked at the direction Menthuthweopi was heading and thought to himself that something was not right. That is where his mind beast, the 3 monkeys, is located. Sanya was driving a camera to broadcast the battle scene in real time for the V5 troops and the Hunter Association at the NGL border. Who would have thought? The camera turned and saw 2 angry front hooves. Tat tat. Just as Sayu was about to take back his mind beast, the 3 monkeys, he felt the ground shaking violently. Menthuthweopi trampled on the 3 monkeys madly. Since he couldn't find Hisoka and Illumi, he wanted to kill all the humans he saw to avenge Nephi Betos. Next second, the 3 monkeys disappeared on the spot. The broadcast screen of the V5 station troops turned black. Sayu, the monkey, was also badly hurt by the death of the 3 monkeys. There was something more serious. Menthuthweopi discovered Sayu's presence and ran towards Sayu. Oops! Sayu looked at the huge Menthuthweopi that was as big as a hill and thought to himself that this was not good. He turned around and ran towards NGL's base. As the monkey, one of the 12 earthly branches, Sayu's flexibility and speed are no exaggeration. While escaping, he dodged Menthuthweopi's attacks and contacted the Hunter Association. Hey! Paristan, quickly call the troops and other hunters to the southwest junction. This chimera ant is acting like a madman. Hurry! Otherwise you'll be waiting for me to collect your body. Boom! Sayu was unable to dodge, and Menthuthweopi seized the opportunity to destroy the communicator in his hand with a telekinetic bullet. Human, I must kill you. Kill you. Da-da-da. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dense forest, half of the humans and one of the monkeys staged a life and death race. Dead legs, run faster. Gradually, through the dense forest, Sayu saw the tents of the station troops. He took out a flare he had prepared in advance from his pocket and threw it into the sky. Pa! The flare exploded in the sky, and the red smoke indicated the direction for V5's army. The appearance of red flares in the sky attracted Menthuthweopi's attention. He looked up at the sky. Several increasingly large tubular flying objects were getting closer. That is. Before he could hesitate for even a second, a sea of missiles exploded around Menthuthweopi. Bang, bang, bang. With Sayu's mark, countless missiles drew a graceful curve in the sky. They all flew towards Menthuthweopi. Destroy it! V5 and Hunter Association stationed here. Supreme Command Post. Paristan and V5's senior generals sat in the tent, looking at the bombing site on the screen. Who cares about those chimera ants? After one round of missiles, they will all become dead ants. General V5 simply looked down upon the so-called chimera ant threat. The power of human technology and the military is beyond imagination. Even Netero, the strongest man in the world, had no choice but to bow his head in front of the powerful V5 army. As long as it's a carbon-based organism, there's nothing that can't be killed. Ha ha ha. A group of military generals didn't pay any attention to the guards of the Chimera Ant King on the screen. Paristan on the side did not say anything, but just waited quietly for the smoke to clear. He also understood that the individual strength of carbon-based organisms was not enough in the face of human technology. The smoke on the screen cleared, and everyone gathered in front of the screen to see what the chimera ant looked like after being blown into pieces. What? In the picture, Menthuthweopi stood upright with no obvious injuries on his body. He was staring at the human encampment with an angry expression. Damn human! As he spoke, he raised his hooves, leaped into the air, and ran wildly towards the camp. Spicy balls! Seeing this scene, the generals of V5 ran out of the tent one after another. As soon as they left the tent, they could see Menthuthweopi, as huge as a hill, rushing towards here. The ground beneath my feet was also shaking due to the force of the trampling. Quick! Prepare the missiles. Where's the hunter from the Hunter Association? Go stop him. Machine guns ready. For a moment, all the generals were in a panic. Pariston looked at the panicked generals with a sneer on his face. Are we, the Hunter Association, going to die? Even though he was several kilometers away, Paris could still feel the momentum of Menthuthweopi. It makes people feel scared. The previous assessment of the strength of the Ant King's guards was wrong. Do you really think that you can kill a member of the guard by using the earthly branches? Wrong. All wrong. How terrifying are Hisoka and Illumi's abilities? Pariston remembered that Hisoka and Illumi could fight against 2 guard members alone, and even kill one of them. He didn't quite understand what was going on in this world. How come strong people keep emerging like mushrooms after rain? Chapter 86. Pariston didn't have time to think, as Menthuthweopi's figure became more and more concrete. In less than 2 minutes, he would flatten the camp. Everyone present, prepare to fight. As the vice president of the Hunter Association, Pariston immediately organized all the earthly branches present to intercept Menthuthweopi. Rush! Da-da-da! The only earthly branches with combat capabilities present are the dragon, monkey, ox, tiger, and Pariston, the rat. Several people gritted their teeth and rushed towards him without hesitation despite the pressure from Menthuthweopi. Just when the battle is about to break out, a dull and low voice came from behind Pariston and the others. Next! A huge golden palm dropped from the sky and slapped directly towards Menthuthweopi. The golden giant palm created waves of air as it descended, which lifted Pariston and his companions into the air, and Pariston rolled in the air. I felt as if a pair of large hands were holding me and slowly landing me in the camp. After Pariston stood firm, he immediately looked towards the giant golden palm in the distance, his heart pounding uncontrollably. It's Netero! In mid-air, Isaac Netero stood straight, his whole body in a suspended state. Behind him, a huge golden figure stood in the air. Countless golden arms opened wide and smashed towards Menthuthweopi. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! Pariston stared at Netero, who looked like a god, and was dazed for a moment. Netero's power seemed to be beyond his imagination. Just standing there, the overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe. 100 styles of Guanyin are performed. Isaac Netero demonstrated to both the Chimera ants and humans the terrifying power that only belongs to the strongest man in the world. The old man swung out a set of palm techniques and stopped in mid-air. Looking at Menthuthweopi running away, he snorted coldly. Just wait. We will settle accounts with you all together then. Netero and Emolao escorted the Queen Ant and several Chimera Ant division leaders to the custody location that had been prepared in advance. He borrowed the Zaldik family's door and rushed back immediately. Unexpectedly, I encountered a battle between Menthuthweopi and several earthly branches of Pariston. After the old man resolved the crisis at hand, he floated from mid-air to Pariston and the others. President Netero, can you fly? Cheadle Yorkshire, the dog, asked curiously. Yes. Old man, I think you are stronger than before. Chenlong Badabai Giganti exclaimed. It's all the result of recent training. Netero waved his hand, not wanting to pursue the subject further. Pariston, on the other hand, had a different light in his eyes, as he had been observing Netero for several months. From then on, more and more people around Netero began to possess powers beyond their own. And the strong man who appeared in Yokiksen City and defeated Phantom Troop. Everything is so abnormal. The appearance of Mr. Netero solved the current crisis in the camp. He led the Dizzy and V5 generals into the Combat Command Center and began to summarize the current situation in NGL. NGL Exploration Team in the group. Kate, Gon, and Killua have been sending reports on their explorations in NGL. Hisoka and Ilmi also posted the information they compiled in the group. Inside the combat headquarters tent, Netero sat on the main seat and shared the information he knew with everyone. It's already hell on earth in NGL. The Chimera Ant army is frantically capturing humans and sending them to the palace of Dongguochuo. The Ant King should be there. I will take Mo Lao to Dongguochuo to hunt down the Ant King. Everyone, we have more things to do next. Netero fully played the role of the president of the Hunter Association and made good battle arrangements. One of the Chimera Ant's high-end combat forces has died and one has been disabled. The only ones left are the Ant King and Shiapoof, two intact high-end fighters. V5 and the remaining earthly branches will guard the border of NGL according to Netero's deployment and prevent any Chimera Ant from escaping the border. Before the final battle with the Ant King, the old man chose to go to Emolin's blind box store. On the other side, the seriously injured Menthuthweopi ran all the way. The oppression brought to him by Netero was several times stronger than that of Hisoka and Illumi combined. The giant golden palm that fell from the sky even made him feel the threat of death. Among the three guards, his hard power can be said to be the strongest. The monster gene created a strong body, and the joint attack of Hisoka and Illumi could not cause any substantial damage to his body. The old man broke his defense with just one palm. So horrible! Dragging his seriously injured body, Menthuthweopi joined up with the Chimera Ant army led by Kiju and Lialu, and returned to the Ant King's palace with Nephibit's body. The Chimera Ants were greatly surprised to see Menthuthweopi's injuries, while Kido and Lialai remained silent. Both of them saw clearly the palm strike that came from the sky. So powerful! After a day's journey, the large group arrived at the Ant King's palace. Shiapoof took Nephibit's body and the seriously injured Menthuthweopi to the Ant King's palace. Kido and Leulu led a large group of Chimera Ants outside the palace, resting and waiting. There was not a single division commander to be seen in the entire palace, and the air was filled with a dead silence. Kiju, not a single division commander is here. Leulu said in a heavy tone. Kido lowered his head, looked around, and then slowly spoke. I just went around a few Chimera Ant units surrounding the Imperial Palace, and one of the division commanders wasn't there either. I asked a few captains, and they said Shiapoof took the division commander into the Ant King's palace and disappeared. It is said that the Ant King sent him out on a mission. Having said that, Kid felt heavy in his heart, and he thought of a possibility. Run! Run! Taking advantage of the night, a leopard and a lion quietly left the army and ran towards the depths of the dense forest without looking back. They didn't know that their decision would bring a different life. Inside the palace. In the palace of the Ant King. Squeak! Caw! The sound of chewing food continued to echo in the empty hall. Shiapoof stood at the entrance of the palace, looking at the Ant King eating in front of him, frowning and swallowing hard. His classmates, Menthuthweopi and Nephibit, have turned into food and entered the stomach of the Ant King. Obviously Menthuthweopi's injuries were slowly recovering, but the Ant King was still. Thinking of this, Shiapoof dared not look at the scene in front of him anymore. Menthuthweopi, with only half of his body left, and the Ant King eating voraciously in front of him. The Ant King has changed. Ever since I was pressed to the ground and rubbed by that human that day. He became extremely crazy and tried every possible way to eat nutritious food. His body has become abnormally bloated. It's like a mountain of meat. The Ant King didn't notice Shiapoof's abnormality at all, his attention was all on the food in his hand. It's worthy of being the direct guard team. It's delicious. This is what nutrition tastes like. It's really delicious. Chapter 87. Shiapoof, I need more food. I feel like my bloodline is about to evolve. While the Ant King was eating, he ordered Shiapoof to go out and find food for him. Shiapoof stared at the completely crazy Ant King in front of him, and his heart inevitably became heavy. But his inner loyalty to the Ant King eventually overcame his fear. King! I will prepare more food for you. Shiapoof knelt on one knee to express his determination to the eating ant king. In the next few days, Shiapoof personally led the remaining Chimera ant troops to sweep every corner of NGL again and again. Capture all the hiding humans and give them to the Ant King as food. In order to give the Ant King more time to prepare, Shiapoof also sent out a division-level Chimera ant unit to continuously harass the V5 unit's base. Everything is done to prepare more time for evolution. On the other side, members of the NGL exploration team use guerrilla warfare to hunt Chimera ants within the NGL territory. During this time, Netero took Mo Lao to Dongguota's palace to inquire about the situation of the Ant King. I just looked at the palace where the Ant King was from afar. Netero could feel an evil and terrifying aura coming from the palace. On the hillside west of the Dongguota palace, Netero and Mo Lao stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the palace with black mist coming out of it in the distance. President Netero, the Ant King's strength may have exceeded our imagination. From the perspective of this evil aura, his strength may be close to that of a Class A threat. Netero nodded. He understood what Mo Lao said. The Ant King evolved too fast. We will launch the attack tomorrow. Before that, I have to go to Boss Emolin's blind box store first. Sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not sharp. Moreover, Netero's current strength is also attributed to the blind box store owned by owner Emolin. You go back to the base first, I'll be back soon. Netero took out the purchase card from his pocket, and with a thought, he appeared in the Wanja blind box store the next second. Emolin, who was playing with Charmander, saw Netero appear and put down Charmander in his arms. Long time no see. President Netero. Long time no see, Manager Emolinier. You look tired. President Netero. The dirty clothes and tired look made Emolin take a second look. It seems that the crisis of Chimera ants is very serious. I've been busy lately. I'm buying a high-end blind box this time, so I won't bother Mr. Emolinier. After saying that, Netero walked to the self-service vending machine nearby and inserted his bank card into it. Input, 10 billion rings. Netero's purchase amount made Emolin excited. Big customer. 10 billion genie. As we all know, in the blind box store, only the blind boxes consumed by GNI and Emolin will get cash back on the blind box points. Ding ding ding. The blind boxes in the self-service vending machine are continuously spit out from the outlet of the machine, with 10 blind boxes in a group. In the blind box store, it shines brilliantly. White, purple, and gold. Lights of various colors flash alternately. Netero stared nervously at the blind box being opened in mid-air, muttering to himself. It must be a combat power item. The battle between Netero and the Ant King is about to begin. The stronger Netero's fighting power is, the greater his hope of winning this battle will be. He also wants to explore the Dark Continent once more. After a moment, the light dissipated, 6 were gold and 10 were purple. Swish, swish, swish. Information about the item began to flow into Emolin and Netero's brains. Gold items. Would release bloodline, from the Naruto world. This is a ninjutsu that the caster uses his own telekinesis as the source of life. Multiple trees grow rapidly from the ground, creating a forest in an instant. All attacks and defenses of the trees in the forest are controlled by the caster. Blue buff, from the King's world, a one-time item that can continuously restore chi, restoring 1% of chi per second, lasting for 10 minutes. Would release, Flower Tree World Advent Scroll, from the Naruto world, it is the most powerful wood release technique. This technique uses one's own telekinesis as nutrients to make the trees dormant in the land grow rapidly and become larger, and can freely control these trees. Natural Energy Training Manual plus an Experience Pack, from the Naruto world, you can practice and absorb the natural energy of nature. Using the Experience Pack, you will automatically gain the natural energy that has been cultivated to a certain level. Sage Technique would release True Thousand Hands Scroll, from the Naruto world, the strongest would release technique that only the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, can control. When used with Sage mode, the effect is doubled. A copy of the enlightenment of Hashirama Senju's Sage mode, from the Naruto world, the enlightenment of Hashirama Senju, the god of ninja. Crush him and you will immediately master the Sage mode. When the information about the 6 golden items came out, Emolin was a little confused. Is this to dismantle Hashirama Senju and divide him into several golden items? The strength of the god of ninja world, Hashirama of the Senju, can be said to be at the absolute ceiling level. Every ability here can make a powerful ninja. For a moment, Netero stared at the 6 golden objects in a daze. Why is it that the abilities used by this god of the ninja world are somewhat similar to those of my own Hyakushiki Guanyin? Especially the arrival of the flower tree world, it is simply a powerful weapon in team battles. About skill description. Great branches rising from the ground would cut through mountains, penetrate rocks, and envelop the landscape. In addition, several flowers grow on the trees, which produce poisonous pollen when they bloom. Once the pollen is inhaled, even a strong person will faint due to paralysis. Single target attack and team battle skills, everything is available. Netero can't wait to return to the NGL battlefield. After he carefully read all the information about the golden items, Netero discovered that these golden items were a complete set of products. It can be said that they complement each other. Especially the blue buff, which perfectly makes up for the problem of short endurance and achieves completely violent output. On the other hand, the purple items are all would escape ninjutsu scrolls and some small props that cannot improve combat power. Netero collected all his belongings, walked over to Emolin and said goodbye to him. It has become a habit to say goodbye to Emolin every time I leave the blind box store. Manager Emolin, I'm leaving now. Before I go, can I ask you a question? Question? Emolin looked at Netero's serious expression and spoke slowly. Is it about the Queen Ant? Netero nodded. In fact, he already had the answer to the Queen Ant incident in his mind. But Emolin's next words made him look surprised for the first time in a long time. I saved the Queen Ant. I got some secrets about the Dark Continent from him. Chapter 88. The Secret of the Dark Continent. Netero exclaimed. The Dark Continent has always been the most mysterious existence in the hunter world. It can be said that human exploration of the dark world is less than 1%. The secret was right before his eyes, and Netero's heart was moved. The next second, he bowed to Emolin and left. Boss Emolin, thank you for telling me this. I will personally explore the secrets of the Dark Continent and uncover them. Goodbye. Holding the purchase card tightly in his hand, Netero disappeared into Emolin's blind box store with a thought. President Netero, you are really anxious. Emolin stared at the place where Netero had just stood, shook his head and smiled. President Netero is still as sharp as ever, and still has so much energy at the age of 120. Looking forward to your travels in the Dark Continent. NGL border, V5 troop stationed. Netero, who obtained the 4-piece set from Hashirama, returned to his room alone and sat on the floor. Crush all the natural energy training manual and experience pack and Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode Enlightenment. The white starlight merged into Netero's body, and a hot feeling spread from Netero's lower abdomen to his whole body. Is this natural energy? From the item introduction, Netero learned that natural energy is something that exists everywhere in nature, but it is extremely difficult to extract this energy. The fusion of experience packs has given him an extra dose of natural energy. The scene of Hashirama Senju entering Sage Mode appeared in his mind. Netero looked at Hashirama Senju, who was standing on the top of the mountain like a true god, and felt moved unconsciously. The strong ones respect each other. Call out. Netero's consciousness gradually merged into Hashirama Senju's body, and his experience with the Sage Mode flooded into his mind. Sage mode is achieved by absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to create Sage Chakra. It is a state in which natural energy can be used to enhance attack and defense, and to increase the range and perception of physical attacks. Combining natural energy with one's own chakra to create Senjutsu Chakra can dramatically increase the power of one's own ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Netero doesn't know things like ninjutsu and chakra, but telekinesis and chakra have the same effect. Supplementing Nin with natural energy can greatly enhance the power of Nin. 2 days passed by in the process of cultivation without me noticing. The moment Netero woke up from his meditation, a surge of natural energy surged from his body. Boom! From Netero's small tent, they scattered around the camp. Natural energy is different from the chi in the human body. It is like a refreshing spring breeze, which makes people who have never been exposed to it feel relaxed and happy. All of a sudden, all the earthly branches in the camp looked towards Netero's tent. That's it. Pariston gently stroked the natural energy surrounding his body, and the mere touch gave him a comfortable feeling. A new power that is different from telekinesis. Chen Long Badabai Giganti looked at Netero's tent with a serious expression. In the worldview of these earthly branches, the mainstream method of cultivation in this world is telekinesis cultivation. This has been a recognized method for a long time. The energy emitted by human beings is called thoughts, and the ability to freely control and increase thoughts is called Nin. Learning this skill is also a basic requirement for becoming a professional hunter. Several earthly branches are also veterans who have been immersed in the Nin field for several years. But today Netero broke several people's perceptions. He mastered an energy that did not emanate from human beings themselves. Don't you think this unique chi is very similar to the energy floating in nature? Cheadle Yorkshire, the dog, stimulated his telekinesis to carefully feel the natural energy floating around his body. The old man has been really mysterious lately. Sai the monkey complained. Look, Netero is growing, said Cheadle. The curtain of Netero's tent slowly opened, and the old man walked out and stretched. It feels so good. Hey! What are you doing here? Several earthly branches in front of him were staring at him in unison, leaving the old man confused for a moment. President Netero, have you invented a new training method? Cultivating energy other than telekinesis? Cheadle asked. You mean natural energy? That was not created by me. It was a practice I acquired that allowed me to extract a kind of energy from nature, Netero replied. Natural energy? Extracted from nature? What a strange word. The old man's words immediately made several earthly branches feel helpless. How come you secretly started to mutate? Before the earthly branches could come to their senses, Netero brought the topic to the issue of defeating the Ant King. Tomorrow, I will personally destroy the Ant King. You guys, call the generals of V5 and come with me to the meeting. The meeting was brief. Netero brought Mo Lao to assist. The high-end combat forces of the Chimera Ants were all eliminated by President Netero and his men. The main task of V5 and the rest of the Hunter Association is to guard the border of NGL and intercept the Chimera Ants. At the same time, Netero synchronizes the information to the NGL exploration team. Netero, everyone, today I will launch a decisive battle against the Ant King. Please intercept and kill the high-end combat power of the Chimera Ants. Kate, yes, President Netero. Hisoka, a duel with the Ant King? Just hearing this makes my blood boil. Ilmi, I can't wait to get started. Gon, got it. Killua, got it. Everything was ready, and Netero put the purchase card in his pocket. He was standing on a mountain top southwest of the kingdom of Dongguochuo, with Mo Lao smoking a cigarette next to him. Are you ready? Mo Lao. Of course, I can't wait, President Netero. Set off. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Netero uses the chicken charm, and then makes himself float in the air, which is the secret of his ability to fly. Emolau's whole body turned into smoke and flew towards the Dongguochuo palace. For this final battle, Netero brought a mind bee with him that had remote monitoring capabilities. He needed to broadcast this decisive battle in real time to V5's top brass and the generals and earthly branches in the stationed base. Thought bees hovered around Netero and Emolau. The forward movement scene has been broadcasted in real time. Garrison Camp, Combat Command Center. Several generals and earthly branches sat in front of the light curtain in the air, staring at Netero on the screen. Let's get started. Can Emolau'snan itself transform into smoke? I don't know either. My body turned into smoke. It's very strong. Wait, don't talk, the president has arrived at the battle site. In the monitoring screen, Netero had already flown to the front of the Donggudo Palace. He was suspended in mid-air, looking at the Donggudo Palace, which was full of chimera ants and human corpses and severed limbs. He made seals with his hands and muttered something. Wood release, flower tree world arrives. Before starting the fight, clear the soldiers first. Chapter 89. In an instant, bits of green emerged from the dry land and sand. Pa! Boom! The sapling that broke through the soil began to grow at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree. The palace of Dongguota was submerged in the green ocean in an instant. The sudden situation caused the chimera ant army in the palace to panic. What's going on? What's going on with these giant trees? How did they suddenly grow? Quick, all chimera ants, don't panic, line up neatly and prepare to meet the enemy. Among the panicked chimera ant troops, a few chimera ant division commanders reacted and immediately integrated their troops. The unknown enemy is coming. Shiapoof, who was in the Ant King's palace, flew out of the palace immediately after feeling the strong vibration. He hovered in the air, looking at the devastated scene on the ground. The chimera ant army was dispersed by the giant tree, the chimera ants were dead or wounded, and the human food was running around. All chimera ant division commanders, assemble immediately, the enemy is coming. The Ant King wants to meet with all the division commanders. All of you should go to the Ant King's palace. Shiapoof yelled towards the ground. The Ant King has reached the most critical point of eating. As long as he eats some more nutritious food, he can complete the evolution of his bloodline. After hearing Shiapoof's words, the chimera ant division leaders on the ground all ran towards the Ant King's palace. Shiapoof counted the heads of each chimera ant division leader. Mere 1, Wilfin, and Peggy. No, why are there only 3 division commanders? There should be at least 5 division commanders. Why are Jiju and Leulu, who we met yesterday, missing? Kiju, Lialu, come to the Ant King's palace quickly. Shiapoof shouted to the ground. A bad guess had already arisen in his mind. After a moment, no response. Oops! Shiapoof thought to himself that this was not good. Kiju and Leulu must have figured out something and ran away. Then the Ant King will not have enough nutrition. What to do? Shiapoof quickly went over in his mind all the nutritious creatures in the Dongguochuo palace. There is none left. Not a single nutrient-rich organism is left. Wait, there's me too. Shiapoof's eyes welled up with tears when he thought of the satisfied expression on the Ant King's face after he ate his other 2 companions. I want to dedicate myself to the Ant King. Call out. Without looking back, he rushed into the Ant King's palace again. The current state of the royal palace in Dongguoto. The wailing of the chimera ant army continued, and it was not until then that the chimera ants realized that the only way to survive was to escape. The instinct of living things prompts them to pursue the hope of life. But it was all in vain. Descending into the world of flowers and trees, from the moment this spell was cast, countless red flowers began to bloom on the giant trees. Swish, swish, swish. Fine pollen that is imperceptible to the naked eye gushed out from the stamens and diffused into every corner of the Dongguoto palace along with the breeze. Boom! Dong dong! Boom boom boom. The chimera ants fell to the ground in rows like collapsing dominoes. Great sleep quality. Fall asleep right away. Oh no! There's something in the air. A powerful chimera ant discovered the poisonous pollen floating in the air, and just as it was about to alert its companions, it fell asleep forever. Run! Hold your breath! It's a mess, a complete mess. In less than 10 minutes, all the chimera ants, whether standing or flying in the air, fell down. The entire Dongguochuo palace was in deathly silence. Netero looked at the silent Dongguochuo palace and moved his sight towards the Ant King's palace. He could feel that a terrifying aura was quietly rising, becoming more and more evil. Netero did not proceed with the next plan. He was waiting for the Ant King to come out by himself. He is too lonely. Decades of not having met an opponent made him feel that life was boring. Before going to the Dark Continent, he wanted to fight with the complete Ant King to warm up for his trip to the Dark Continent. Buzz! Buzz! Nian Feng, hovering around Netero, filmed the scene that just happened with an ultra-wide-angle panoramic technique and transmitted it to the V5 garrison far away at the NGL border. In the Combat Command Center. All the people sitting here were stunned at the moment, staring at the tragic scene of Dongguochuo in the picture, speechless. It's so horrible. In less than 10 minutes, all the troops in a palace were killed. The Dongguochuo Palace, located in an arid area, was turned into a primeval forest by the means of President Netero. Manipulate trees and change the landscape? Is this still the Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association that we know? After a while, one of the V5 generals came to his senses and spoke slowly. President Pariston, your Hunter Association is really not nice. You didn't even tell us in advance that President Netero had this method, making us worry for nothing. Killing all the chimera ant soldiers with one powerful move, what a great move. Pariston smiled faintly and said, General, President Netero specifically asked us to keep this secret in order to catch our opponents by surprise. After hearing what Pariston said, several other earthly branches turned to look at him with expressions of disbelief. How come I don't know? Or is it that you, Pariston, have such a good relationship with President Netero? Pariston had no idea what Netero's abilities were. This method of controlling trees was obviously not from President Netero's Nen. President Netero's Nen has been documented in great detail. He is the Nen of Enhancer, and Nen is the Avalokite Tesvara of the 100 Worlds. It has nothing to do with trees. However, the ability that Netero demonstrated this time made Pariston feel deeply wary. For human beings, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of his father, Pariston, President Netero developed even more powerful abilities. Why is that? Pariston was puzzled. The more means and strength President Netero demonstrates, the more secrets he will reveal. What are these secrets? While Pariston was immersed in his own speculation, a general of V5 uttered a horrified voice. Look! Something seems to have rushed out of the Ant King's palace. In the screen, a huge black gaseous mass broke through the roof of the Ant King's palace and rushed straight towards Netero, who was hanging in the air. The black gas mass is getting closer. The mind bee hovering in the air stared at the black gas mass. Relay to the Combat Command Center. The picture gradually became clear. In the black air, a flesh ball as big as a small mountain was opening its bloody mouth and getting closer and closer. Chapter 90. Here we come. Netero stared intently at the Ant King flying towards him. Why did the Ant King become like this? Netero stared at the mountain of flesh that looked like nothing but a human, feeling confused. This is completely different from the appearance of the Ant King that the Queen Ant described to herself. Furthermore, the aura of the Ant King was even more terrifying than Netero had expected. 100-style Guanyin. Swish, swish, swish. Netero's body instantly glowed with golden light, and a huge golden statue of Guanyin, like a god, stood tall behind him. 100 Styles of Guanyin, 100 Styles of Guanyin. The Nin of Netero, the strongest man in the human race, is the outburst of his inner beliefs and his pursuit of power. Countless arms stretched out from the Guanyin statue and slashed towards the flying Ant King. 100 Styles of Guanyin, First Style. Netero stretched out his right arm, with his palm flat, turning it into a hand knife, and chopped straight at the Ant King. Boom! The giant statue of Guanyin behind him also synchronized Netero's movements and chopped out with his hands. Bang! 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 The heavy pressure brought by the hand knife knocked the flying Ant King down. The meat-like body of the Ant King gave him a huge shock-absorbing space. The Ant King, who fell to the ground, quickly adjusted his combat position. He stretched out two strong arms from his body, supported his head, and resisted the giant hand of Guanyin. Whoosh! The Ant King bent his legs and jumped up, holding on to Guanyin's giant hand. Use powerful force to directly shake Guanyin's giant hand away. The Ant King entered combat mode, staring at Netero's body that was shining with golden light with a greedy look on his face. Nutrition. Nutritious food. I want to eat, I want to eat. The Ant King has lost his mind. His appetite controls his brain, and long-term eating makes him even hungrier. The body's desire for nutrition reaches its peak. Just like a drug addict, he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat for a moment. Although the Ant King's body is bloated now, the evil aura he exudes makes Netero frown. Call out! The Ant King attacked, adjusting his posture and jumping flexibly, constantly harassing Netero. Nutritious, powerful prey needs a little wear and tear. During the attack, he charged a punch and punched through Netero's HxH cannon's palm. The Ant King continued to attack after having his palm pierced, not caring about the giant palm that was slicing towards his body. He only focused on the Netero in front of him and wanted to eat the Netero in front of him. The attacks of 100 Styles of Guanyin could not cause any substantial damage to the Ant King. Instead, pairs of golden giant palms were pierced through. The current Ant King has eaten almost half of the Chimera ants, including almost all the division commanders and the 3 major guards. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he is. Eat you! Eat you! The Ant King became more and more crazy. The delicious food was right in front of him, but the feeling of not being able to eat it made him anxious. He charged forward without hesitation. Keep charging! All the intercepting 100 Styles of Guanyin were smashed to pieces by the Ant King. The mind bees in the distance couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene. The terror of the Ant King even made the mind bee controller far away in the combat command center tremble all over. It's so scary. The Ant King's breath, just a touch of it makes me tremble uncontrollably. In the surveillance footage he maintained, the distance between the Ant King and Netero was getting closer and closer. Everyone present was so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. The Ant King is so strong. Even Netero-kun's HxH cannon can't harm him. One of V5's generals had his brows lowered, a look of worry on his face. If Netero, the strongest man in the human race, cannot stop the Ant King, then he can only use Rose to destroy the entire NGL region. But this is the last resort. This type of bomb is therefore known as the poor man's Rose and is widely favored by small, authoritarian countries. Not only is it low budget and small in size, its destructive power is even more astonishing. The most terrifying thing is the poison gas in the bomb, from which no living creature can escape. Humans don't even think highly of the Ant King and are unwilling to use more powerful weapons. While everyone is worried about President Netero, the scene in the picture changes again. The originally broken 100-style Guanyin was completely restored in an instant. An even brighter golden light shone from President Netero, and along with it, a white natural energy emerged on the surface of Netero. Netero probably already knew the Ant King's strength. The king of the Chimera ants has gone insane by eating his own kind for power. Let me end your life. The peak physical strength of Netero in his prime and the skills of Netero who is 120 years old are integrated into one. The true light of Bai Shi Guanyin shines in every corner of the kingdom of Dongguotu. The old man put his hands together. Natural energy drives sage mode. 2 faint red streaks appeared at the corners of Netero's eyes. A combination of peak telekinesis and natural energy. With the blue buff turned on, the natural energy and qi in the body are being restored at a rate of 1% per second. At this moment, the old man just standing there was like a true god descending to the earth. Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. On the originally golden 100-style Guanyin statue, vines grew out from the ground, climbed along the statue, and wrapped around the entire statue. The combination of the two abilities made the old man feel unprecedented power. He had a vague intuition that he seemed to have touched the barrier of power. Boom! Netero gently raised his right palm and slapped it towards the ground. Have you ever heard of a palm strike coming down from the sky? 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. Countless hands dropped from the sky and slapped the Ant King's position again and again. The earth shook. The mountains of NGL also began to dance happily because of Netero's palm technique. The Ant King was pinned to the ground, enduring one palm after another. He wanted to resist, but when he stood up, the next giant palm was superimposed on the previous one. Bang, bang, bang. 10 minutes. 10 whole minutes. The continuous palm strikes raised the kingdom of Dongguotu to the ground, and when people looked again, only a flat layer was left. Netero, stop! Staring at the Ant King who had been beaten into a thin meat patty on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Ant King's breath disappeared. Finished the job. Everyone who was watching the fight had an expression of astonishment. Combat command. It's so quiet. After watching this pure bloodbath, everyone had only one thought in their mind. Is that all? I watched the Ant King being beaten by the old man for a full 10 minutes. After a while, the generals of V5 finally reacted from Netero's miracle. President Pariston, is this the strongest man in the human race, President Netero? It's too outrageous. Pariston did not speak this time, but just stared at the scene in the air in silence. After the death of the Ant King, the crisis of the Chimera Ants was resolved. This is too simple. President Netero, I must dig out your secrets. Pariston swore secretly in his heart. Chapter 91. War. It's over. The moment the Ant King died, the high-end combat power of the Chimera Ants was also completely destroyed. The Ant King, whose stomach contained most of the flesh and blood of the Chimera Ants, could not survive more than 10 minutes in Netero's hands. Humanity has once again pushed the limits of its power. After the Ant King was destroyed, at the same time, V5 sent troops to enter NGL to sweep the remaining Chimera Ants. At this moment, the Chimera Ants truly realized the power of humans as an intelligent race. Various types of artillery and firearms, like the scythe in the hands of the god of death, harvested the lives of the Chimera Ants. The combat team, by cooperating with each other, can kill a Chimera Ant. Without high-end combat power, the Chimera Ant race only lasted 5 days in NGL before being almost wiped out. Some Chimera Ants who did not want to resist were also incorporated into V5's troops and went to a new living area. A week later, President Netero led the earthly branches participating in this battle to the V5 United Nations headquarters. Conduct a post-war report and summary. V5 United Nations, inside the central conference room. The rows of seats were already full of people. These include senior government officials from V5 countries, military generals, senior UN officials, and senior officials from the Hunter Association. On the stage at the front of the large conference room, a middle-aged woman was presiding over the meeting. She is the newly appointed V5 United Nations chairperson, Ms. Kisama. V5 is highly efficient. As long as President Netero demonstrates his value and the benefits he brings to the V5 countries, even the President of the United Nations can be replaced at any time. Everyone, the meeting is now officially open. Please invite President Netero of the Hunter Association to take the stage to speak. According to the meeting process, Netero, representing the Hunter Association, was the first to give a battle summary of the Chimera Ant incident. The old man walked from the first row of seats to the stage and stood in front of the speaking table. Everyone. There is nothing much to say about the Chimera Ant incident. The Hunter Association and the V5 team worked together perfectly, and the Chimera Ant incident was resolved perfectly. However, there are some problems with the Chimera Ant incident. At this point, Netero looked at Kazuma, the head of the United Nations, who was standing nearby. Before heading to NGL, I contacted the previous UN president, Saline, but he made excuses and delayed the attack, allowing the Chimera Ants to wreak havoc in NGL. I hope Ms. Kazuma can remember this mistake. Kazuma didn't expect that she would be cued by Netero as soon as she took office and presided over the meeting. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, President Netero and Chairman Saline also received the punishment they deserved for this matter. As his successor, I will certainly remember this lesson. The conversation between the two was very brief, but those who paid close attention could hear that this was Netero's dissatisfaction with the top management of V5. The V5 executives sitting in the first row could only smile bitterly. In this matter, it was indeed V5's intention to cause trouble for Netero, but at that time, President Netero did not say that he would lead the team to the Dark Continent. V5 also underestimated the strength of President Netero. How come old Deng is even more powerful than when he was young and at his peak? Reverse growth? Before everyone could get over the old man's complaints, Netero's next speech made the whole audience explode. Everyone, in half a month, I will lead a team to explore the Dark Continent. This has always been my wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. The participants who were unaware of this matter were immediately furious. Hey! What's going on? Why are you suddenly talking about heading to the Dark Continent? How should I know? Hasn't President Netero always been against going to the Dark Continent? Hey! Paristan, you are the vice president of the Hunter Association, do you know about this? Paristan looked at Netero on the stage with disbelief, not knowing what to say. The Dark Continent is a taboo for all countries. The old man raised this matter so openly at the United Nations meeting. What do you think the leaders of other countries will think? President Netero spoke a lot about his thoughts on the exploration of the Dark Continent on the stage. Finally, a word of advice. After the meeting, I will personally discuss the specific details of this incident with V5's top management. Everyone, I have finished my speech. After the meeting, everyone present wanted to find President Netero to ask about exploring the Dark Continent. The benefits of the Dark Continent are too great, and all forces with some strength want to get a piece of the pie. But when people blocked the entrance of the venue and wanted to ask Netero about this matter, Netero had already disappeared from the venue using the purchase card. He has more important things to do. That is to go to Omni-Realm's blind box store with members of the NGL exploration team to submit the task. Inside Omni-Realm's blind box store, Hisoka, Illumi, Gon, Killua, and Kate have been sitting here waiting for a long time. Everyone, I'm late. A voice came from the entrance of the blind box shop, and several people turned their heads to look. Netero is coming. Boss Omni-Realm, sorry, I'm late. Let's start the mission. Task: eliminate the threat, investigate the cause. The invasive species from the Dark Continent has been investigated clearly. It is a low-level race from the Dark Continent, the Chimera Ants. How could the weak Chimera Ants travel across the ocean from the Dark Continent to the human world? There must be some ulterior motive. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat of Chimera Ants and investigate why Chimera Ants came to the human world. Task reward: 10W blind box points. Task status: Completed. Mission Personnel, 6/6. Isaac Netero, Ilmi Zaldik, J Freaks, Hisoka, Killua Zaldik, Kate. Mission Details. Because the Ant King has undergone a leap in racial evolution during the Chimera Ant incident, the difficulty of this mission has been upgraded, and an additional 20,000 blind box points will be awarded. According to each person's task completion, blind box points are allocated as follows. Isaac Netero, eliminate the Ant King and a group of Chimera Ants, mission completion rate 50%, blind box points 60,000. Ilmi Zaldik, team up with Hisoka to eliminate a Legion commander and several Chimera Queens, with a mission completion rate of 10% and 12,000 blind box points. Hisoka, team up with Illumi to eliminate a Legion commander and several Chimera Queen Ants, with a mission completion rate of 10% and 12,000 blind box points. J Freaks, explore NGL with Kate and Killua, obtain detailed information about Chimera Ants, and kill a number of Chimera Ants. The mission completion rate is 10%, and the blind box points are 12,000. Kate, team up with Gon and Killua, task completion rate 10%, blind box points 12,000. Killua Zaldik, team up with Gon and Kate, mission completion rate 10%, blind box points 12,000. This mission was successfully completed. Netero looked at the extra 60,000 blind box points in his account, his mouth stretched to the back of his head. He turned to look at a few people and mentioned something. Do any of you want to explore the Dark Continent? Chapter 92. Dark Continent? The 5 people in front of Netero were stunned when they heard this word. Dark Continent, that's a taboo. The old man asked us if we wanted to explore the Dark Continent. Hisoka's heart was moved, and he was the first to ask Netero. President Netero, what do you mean by this? Netero went straight to the point and revealed his plan to form a group to explore the Dark Continent in half a month. I promised V5 to lead the team to explore the Dark Continent again. Now I have the final say and can decide who will go to the Dark Continent. Wow! Decide who will go to the Dark Continent? Which hunter wouldn't be excited when hearing about the opportunity to explore the Dark Continent? Gon's head was buzzing and felt like it was going to explode. He was the last one among these people to learn about the existence of the Dark Continent. His heart was full of longing for the magical Dark Continent. Oh my god! President Netero! I'm going too! In the end, everyone chose to go to the Dark Continent and follow President Netero to explore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alright. Everyone, it's settled. You will report to the Hunter Association in a few days. A week later there will be a special meeting to discuss the selection of people to go to the Dark Continent. After saying that, the old man walked towards Emolin. Before exploring the Dark Continent, he had to be fully prepared. In that place, if you are not careful, you may die on the spot. Boss Emolin, I still have 60,000 blind box points, give me 6 epic blind boxes. What a courage, President Netero! The old man mentioned the epic blind box as soon as he opened his mouth. Only the old man would have such courage. All-in is just so charming. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you. After saying that, Emolin turned and entered the warehouse behind him and took out 6 epic blind boxes. The epic blind box is the most advanced blind box currently available in the blind box store. The entire structure is made of bronze and shows traces of time. Just standing there, one can feel the chill. Holding 6 high-end blind boxes, Emolin remembered what Netero had just said and formed a team to explore the Dark Continent. Have you finally made up your mind? President Netero. Emolin understood that the Dark Continent was full of crises and that if he was not careful, he might lose everything. The 6 epic blind boxes could be considered as a guarantee for President Netero. When the 6 epic blind boxes were placed on the counter of the blind box shop, several people gathered around. This is an epic blind box, and it's the first time they've seen it. So cool! Is this an epic blind box? It's simple and profound, and has a faint sense of oppression. It's really an epic blind box that costs 10,000 yuan per item. Netero looked at the cold glow of the epic blind box and felt a little uneasy. In fact, the confidence to explore the Dark Continent comes entirely from Emolin's blind box shop, although his strength has already surpassed the previous limits of human beings. With the existence of the Wolfberg spaceship, we have gained a lot of confidence. But who would complain that they have too much confidence? President Netero recited silently in his heart, and the 6 epic blind boxes emitted a cold light and opened one by one. Buzz! 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 Gold, gold, colorful, colorful, purple, purple. 2 colors, 2 golds, 2 purples. Epic blind box, so terrifying. Colored items. Weather cube, from the Ziwi world, has the function of utilizing weather, contains 6 weather elves, wind elves, dark cloud elves, sun elves, lightning elves, thunder elves, and ice elves. Use the 4-dimensional pocket 10 times, from the Doraemon world. When you are in trouble, reach into the 4-dimensional pocket and you can get the most suitable items for the current situation according to your wishes. You can keep 5 items. Gold items. Fangfreet, from the world of One Piece, CP0 Spondam's sword. It is a sword that has eaten the elephant fruit. It has 2 forms. One is to transform into a sword form, which is used by Spondam himself. The other is to transform into an elephant sword state, where the nose becomes a big sword and the body changes into an elephant to fight. Healing fruit, from the world of pirates, has the ability to heal biological injuries. It can activate its ability to heal all injuries of living creatures, even its own tears have a healing effect. The ultimate ability is to restore everything to its original state, regardless of organic or inorganic, at the cost of reducing lifespan. The highest level of use is to restore the ability by reducing lifespan. When the item information was displayed, Emolin, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. President Netero's luck is incredible. 2 colors and 2 golds. One of the colorful items is Wolf's Weather Cube, which is known as a powerful weapon. It contains a weather elf that can make use of the weather. It is best used in conjunction with the Wolf Castle spaceship. With the 2 combined, it can provide some self-protection capabilities in places like the Dark Continent. Not to mention the 10 opportunities to use the 4-dimensional pocket. This is a pretty useful colorful item. Among Doraemon's props, they can only produce miraculous effects when used in the most suitable places. If the Dark Continent is compared to an expedition, then this item can be regarded as expedition equipment. Netero, congratulations! You got a nice treasure. Emolin said. Netero was still immersed in the information about the item and did not hear what Emolin said until Emolin called out for the 2nd time, then he came to his senses. Boss Emolin, the epic blind box is really good. Netero is very satisfied with this blind box opening. Whether it is the weather cube or the 4-dimensional pocket with 10 uses, they are both very suitable items for the upcoming Dark Continent expedition. In particular, the treatment problem that he was most worried about was also solved by the healing fruit. President Netero, I have everything I need. After the blind box opening, Netero said goodbye to everyone and agreed to meet at the Hunter Association in a week. The few people who stayed in the store stared at Emolin, and they were also a little restless. The explosion rate of the epic blind box is really high. 2 color and 2 gold items came out of 6 blind boxes. It's really enviable. Those are colorful items. Currently, only President Netero has drawn out colored items, and there are 3 of them, and the effects of each one are extremely powerful. Emolin looked at the few people who were ready to make a move, and added fuel to the fire. Everyone, the explosion rate of the legendary blind box is also very high. President Netero drew the legendary blind box 10 times last time and got the colorful item Wolf Castle spaceship. Boss Emolin, give me 10 legendary blind boxes. Killua took out the purchase card in his hand and handed it to Emolin, followed by Gon and Kate. Boss Emolin, I'll have 10 too. Me too, Boss Emolin. Okay, everyone, please line up, one by one. Chapter 93. A week later, Hunter Association. The central conference hall of the Hunter Association is already filled with hunters from all over the world. The spacious hall was packed with people. In addition to the hunters from the Hunter Association itself, there were also representatives from V5 and the Kajin Empire. They appeared here today because of one thing. President Netero will personally select the people who will go to the Dark Continent. In the first row of the conference room, all 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association were present, sitting in the center of the first row. Everyone had a different look on their face, and their eyes were fixed on the entrance to the podium, waiting for Netero to arrive. Jin, I haven't seen you for a long time. You rushed back as soon as you heard that the president was going to the Dark Continent. It really fits your personality. Pariston teased Jin, who was sitting next to him. The 12 earthly branches, it's rare that so many people can sit here together. Some people haven't been seen for a year or two. Pariston, do you know why President Netero agreed to go to the Dark Continent? Jin asked in a low voice. He was exploring some ruins far away. After receiving the message that President Netero would personally lead the team to the Dark Continent, he immediately put down his work and rushed to the Hunter Association. Jin knew Netero all too well. He is determined not to allow humans to go to the Dark Continent, as any carelessness would bring a devastating disaster to human civilization. Why did you take the initiative to lead the team this time? How should I know? Maybe it has something to do with President Netero's new abilities. Pariston pointed out some of Netero's new abilities recently used to test Jin Dao. Jin was close to Netero, maybe he knew something? New abilities, you mean the methods the president used to eliminate the Ant King? Oh? Did you just find out about this too, Jin? Jin nodded and fell silent. He had seen with his own eyes the video of Netero killing the Ant King alone. It was a huge wooden statue of Guanyin that was different from the 100-style Guanyin. The power to manipulate trees was the decisive force that enabled the old man to kill the Ant King alone. Stop arguing, it will grow out. Cheadle reminded. On the rostrum. Netero took small steps and walked slowly from the curtain to the lecture table. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became silent. This is the face of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association and the strongest man in the world. Ahem. Everyone. Welcome to the Hunter Association to attend this meeting. I won't say any polite words. I think everyone knows the theme of this meeting. I will select some people to go with me to explore the Dark Continent. I believe that those who can come to the venue are those who want to go with me. At this meeting, I will select 10 people to join me as a vanguard team to explore the Dark Continent. The final selection of personnel will be decided by me personally. Everyone, when you enter the venue, you will be given a pen and a piece of paper. Please write down the reasons why I can choose you to go. Let's get started. After Netero finished speaking, he turned and walked away from the podium, leaving everyone confused. What does President Netero mean? Only 10 people will be selected. Do we have a chance? It's all the earthly branches who are up to it. How can we, the one-star hunters, be qualified? Hey! Didn't you inform Netero before the meeting? How can he get there without the black whale of our Kajin Empire? Cheadle, what does the president mean by this? For a moment, the entire conference room was in chaos, and everyone expressed doubts about Netero's selection criteria. However, amid the noise, the rustling sound of the pen tip sliding across the paper gradually began to be heard. Everyone began to write down their own strengths on pieces of paper in the hope that President Netero would choose them. After all, there are not many opportunities to travel to the Dark Continent, and some people may die without ever even seeing the Dark Continent from afar. In the corner of the meeting room, several familiar figures began to communicate silently. Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika were all present at this meeting. Hisoka, Illumi, and Kate sat in other corners. Gon, President Netero doesn't mean that we should write down the abilities we got from Boss Emolin and use them as investment capital. As Kurapika spoke, the pen in his hand started moving, quickly writing down the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan. A few days ago, President Netero extended an invitation to everyone he knew who had purchased blind boxes at the Omni-Realm Blind Box store. Heading to this Hunter Association meeting? Not necessarily. We have to select some powerful nin to go to the Dark Continent. Leorio retorted. Strong? That's not true. If we talk about strength, who is stronger than President Netero? He definitely needs functional team members. Kurapika has already understood Netero's purpose in holding this meeting. Collect all the props and people with special abilities in the blind box stores to accumulate capital for exploring the Dark Continent. I've already written it. While Kurapika and Leorio were talking, Gon had already stood up and walked towards the podium. 6 hours later. After all the papers were collected and reviewed by President Netero, the ceremony was officially announced to begin. Netero returned to the podium again and stood in front of the microphone with a stack of papers in his hand. Everyone! Thank you for your active participation. This time I have selected 10 people to go to the Dark Continent. I'm here to announce the names of these people. Let's get started. Netero placed the paper in his hand in front of him and pursed his lips slightly. To the people in the audience, his actions seemed like an agonizing weight. Jin, do you think there will be you? I don't know. The president's selection criteria were not disclosed. Do you think the old man might have already found a candidate before the meeting? The earthly branches sitting in the first row all believed that they were the best candidates to go to the Dark Continent. However, there are only 10 places available, and it seems that there are not enough places for 12 people. Which 2 unlucky guys will stay in the association? First up, J Freaks. J Freaks? When everyone present heard this name, it felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Shouldn't it be Jin Freaks? Did the president pronounce it wrong? No way. Is he a relative of the Jin family? Or is it the same name? After reading Gon's name, President Netero deliberately paused and looked at Jin in the first row. His gaze was instantly caught by the other earthly branches around Jin. Paristan looked at Jin who was sitting next to him and asked, Jin, this J Freaks has the same last name as you. Is he your relative? Yeah. Jin, why don't you speak? Asked Cheetle, the dog. He is my son. Son? Chapter 94. Son? Jin, when did you have a son? Where is he? Yeah. Jin, I haven't heard you mention that you have a son. Jin, who was sitting in his seat, looked silently at President Netero standing on the podium. He never expected that the first person on the list to go to the Dark Continent would be his own son Gon. How could he go to the Dark Continent with his strength? President Netero, what are you thinking about? The meeting continues. Netero continued to read out the next list. The second one is Killua Zaldik. Third one, Leorio. Number 4, Kurapika. Fifth, Hisoka. Number 6, Kate. The 7th one is Ilmi Zaldik. The 8th one is Emolau. 9th place, Cheadle Yorkshire. Number 10, Paristan Hill. Please ask the 10 candidates whose names you read above to come to the small conference room. I have something to say. After reading out the names of all the personnel, Netero turned and went to the small meeting room behind the curtain. Netero has his own selfish motives regarding the 10 team members selected this time. 8 of them are hunters from the Hunter Association who are connected to him and are customers of the Wanja Blind Box store. They are his own people who know him well. Moreover, everyone's abilities are unique, making them more suitable for traveling to the Dark Continent than most hunters. The 2 earthly branches, Cheadle Yorkshire, the dog, and Paristan, the vice president of the Hunter Association, are the people Netero trusts the most and the least. It's best to carry it with you. After Netero left, the entire venue exploded, and everyone rushed towards the person who was named, wanting to see what kind of person could be chosen by President Netero. Gon and the others quietly slipped down the corridor to the backstage before their names were read out. Only Periston and Cheadle in the first row were surrounded and killed. Cheadle, Periston, why were the two of you chosen by the president? I don't know either. Cheadle waved his hands, looking confused. Periston, who was standing aside, didn't know why Netero chose him to go to the Dark Continent together. But he had a determined smile on his face. Maybe President Netero thinks I'm too important and an indispensable member of the team. Cheadle, let's go. Periston grabbed Cheadle Yorkshire, who was still in a daze, and pushed through the crowd and rushed into the small conference room. In the small conference room, President Netero and 10 selected members sat in front of a round table and had a video call with the leaders of various countries in V5. Leader of the Mingbo Republic, President Netero, what's going on? The personnel we agreed on are different. Okima Federation, yet. You only selected 10 people, how are you going to explore the Dark Continent? The United States of Sahelta, President Netero, how are we going to explain this to the Kajin Empire? They are the ones who provided all the expenses for this expedition and the cruise ship, the Black Whale. The leaders of various countries were very dissatisfied with Netero's arbitrary behavior this time. As soon as the meeting ended, they immediately questioned what Netero was trying to do. The attitude of the V5 leader made the group of people standing behind him feel embarrassed. Periston and Cheadle Yorkshire looked at each other and looked at Netero in confusion. What on earth is President Netero thinking? Isn't it a suicide mission for 11 people to go to the Dark Continent? Everyone! Please allow me to say a few words. Netero interrupted the V5 leader's questioning. Please allow us to move to another place. I will tell you all my plans. It won't be too late to question them then. The team size is set at 11, and Netero certainly has his confidence. A few minutes later, Netero led the 11 people to an empty square in the Hunter Association's underground base. Okima Federation, President Netero, why did you bring us to the Hunter Association's underground base? The United States of Sahelta, President Netero, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid we may have to reconsider our selection of people to go to the Dark Continent this time. President Netero ignored the V5 leader's words and pulled a blue and white universal capsule from his pocket and threw it into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the universal capsule was thrown into the air, a black shadow emerged from it and completely blocked the ceiling light of the underground base in an instant. What is this? Periston kept retreating backwards, and only after several dozen meters was he able to catch a glimpse of the entirety of the huge monster in front of him. A spaceship that is nearly 100 meters long. It was also the first time that Periston had seen a spaceship of this type. Unlike the bloated airships of the Hunter Association, this spaceship was streamlined as a whole, and its surface was painted in different shades of purple. The cool technological appearance made Periston stunned. President Netero, what is this? Not only Periston, but even the V5 leader who was hanging in the air and making a video call was seeing this type of spacecraft for the first time. President Netero is really a hidden talent. Mingbo Republic leader, President Netero, please introduce us. Everyone, this spaceship is called the Wolf Castle spaceship. It is about 90 meters long. It is unmanned, anti-gravity suspended, beam traction, and energy shield. It can efficiently convert their own energy into the power energy of the spacecraft. Everyone, this is my confidence in heading to the Dark Continent. Buzz. For a moment, Periston and Cheadle's heads seemed to explode, and their mouths opened wide. They looked at the 8 people beside them, trying to read the same shock on their faces, but each of these people had an expression of being used to it. Can't you see it? Aren't you shocked to see such a large and technologically advanced spaceship right in front of you? President Netero did not give the two men time to be shocked and pointed his finger at Gon and others behind him. Each of these people has unique skills. I carefully selected them. Everyone, introduce your abilities. Leorio was the first to come forward and walked up to President Netero and introduced him. My name is Leorio, and I'm a surgeon. My ability is to create a spherical or hemispherical space. In this space, I can cut off, exchange, and splice anything at will. The life that is cut off will not die, and there will not even be bleeding. It will still be alive, but it will produce slight pain. Leorio said as he opened up the room space and slashed towards Kurapika's body. Kurapika's body and legs were completely separated, but both were able to move independently, and there was no trace of blood. Then Kurapika introduced herself. My name is Kurapika, and my ability is, Susanoo. Buzz. Kurapika's eyes moved, and the sword-shaped pattern moved in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, a huge red skeleton burning with flames rose from the ground and hit the ceiling of the base. This scene stunned Pariston and Cheadle. How should I introduce it? Chapter 95. After Gon and others introduced their abilities, Pariston and Cheadle Yorkshire, two earthly branches, were still in a daze. These 8 people have different abilities. Cut the flesh at will without dying. A giant skeleton with flames burning all over its body. An electric man whose whole body is transformed into lightning element. A lineman who can control others and linearize the environment. President Netero, you are really a hidden talent. There are these strange people in our association, but you are still hiding them. You are treating me, the vice president of the Hunter Association, as an outsider. Pariston smiled bitterly and shook his head, then he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He could see that the abilities displayed by these people did not belong to the category of Nen, and should be of the same origin as the method of controlling trees displayed by President Netero. Pariston didn't believe in coincidences. This must have been something the old man had planned. He hid it from everyone and didn't leak any information. He did such a big thing quietly. It's really unfathomable. President Netero. At this moment, Pariston gave up his previous stereotype of President Netero and began to re-examine the 120-year-old man in front of him. The V5 leader fell into silence for a long time after witnessing President Netero's methods. They looked at the Wolf Castle spaceship floating in the air with mixed feelings. As the leader of V5, the pinnacle of human power, he felt a little panicked for the first time when he felt an existence beyond human cognition. V5 can be said to be the pinnacle of human society's technological and military strength, and the forefront of world technological development is all in V5's secret base. It can be said that V5 has networked almost all the elite scientists in the entire human world. Their level represents the highest level of human technology. However, President Netero's sudden move left these 5 people at the pinnacle of human power stunned. Okima Federation, since President Netero has shown us that he is capable of carrying out this expedition, we can only fully support President Netero. Sahelta United States, President Netero, you said that this team of 11 people will be the advance expedition team. Will you organize more people to explore the Dark Continent after you return? Of course, Netero said firmly. The Dark Continent cake is obviously not something he can eat alone, and of course he doesn't want to share the benefits brought from the Dark Continent. He is already 120 years old. It is a great fortune for him to be able to do what he wants most at this age. With Netero's affirmative answer, the other leaders of V5 said nothing more. President Netero almost personally sponsored this expedition to the Dark Continent, and this was just an advance team, so asking for anything more would seem a bit inhumane. Mingbo Republic leader, then President Netero, we are waiting for your good news. If you need anything, V5 will provide it to you. Ka. The V5 leader's video call came to an abrupt end, and the remaining 11 people split into 2 groups and looked at each other. Pariston and Cheadle Yorkshire seemed to be the odd ones out in this small group, and they felt uncomfortable standing among them. Everyone, we are all old acquaintances. Except for Pariston and Cheadle, all 8 of you know each other. If there is more, I won't say more. Don't hide anything you have, just take it out. If you're not careful during your trip to the Dark Continent, you'll die there. The more prepared we are, the greater our chances of survival. Netero said seriously to Gon and his 8 companions. He had been to the Dark Continent and knew that place was a man-eating hell where one could lose his life if not careful. Even with the magical props from the blind box store, Netero does not dare to take it lightly. The more prepared you are for this trip, the better. You 8 can go back and prepare. Pariston and Cheadle stay. Netero waved to several people, indicating Pariston and Cheadle to follow him to the large conference room where the 12 earthly branches often held meetings. Pariston and Cheadle followed Netero silently, and they watched Gon and his group get on the elevator and leave the underground base. His deep eyes were rolling around. I wonder what he was thinking? Hunter Association, inside the 12 earthly branches meeting room. After the selection meeting held by Netero, the remaining 10 people of the 12 earthly branches came here and talked about the reasons why Pariston and Cheadle were chosen. Why did President Netero choose Pariston and Cheadle? Do these 3 have any hidden secrets? Myzystem Nana, the ugly ox, crossed his legs on the conference table in front of him, supported his chin with one hand and twirled the pen in his hand with the other, looking around at the expressions of the people around him. Who knows? I don't think the focus should be on Pariston and Cheadle. The other 8 people are all hunters who have just been promoted by the association. Kluk flipped through the information of Gon and others in his hand, picked out Gon's photo and put it in front of Jin. Jin, your son is also on President Netero's list. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? The other earthly branches all looked at Jin, who was covering his face, with scrutiny in their eyes. Hey, hey, hey! Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know. Jin picked up Gon's hunter information and started reading it. Boom boom boom. There was a burst of intensive knocks on the door, and the originally noisy meeting room suddenly became quiet. Squeak. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a bean-shaped man in a green suit walked into the room. Everyone, President Netero asks you to go to the small meeting room. He has something to say. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the bean-faced man finished speaking, the 10 earthly branches rushed past him like the wind and headed straight for the small meeting room. The president has not forgotten us, the earthly branches. The next meeting will surely resolve the doubts in everyone's minds. Boom. Jin was the first to break open the wooden door of the small conference room, followed by the remaining 9 earthly branches who arrived one after another. President Netero, Pariston, and Cheadle had been sitting in their chairs, waiting for a long time. Everyone, please take a seat. I have something to say before we head to the Dark Continent. Now comes the point. The earthly branches sat at the conference table with questions in their minds, and looked at President Netero, who was sitting in the main seat. Everyone, the journey to the Dark Continent is about to begin. This time I will lead 10 people as a vanguard to the Dark Continent to fight for everyone. After returning this time, V5 and the Kajin Empire will join hands with the Hunter Association to conquer the Dark Continent. Okay, now let's talk about the doubts in your mind. Do you want to know the origin of my ability that is different from Nin's? Chapter 96. Here we come. After hearing Netero's words, all the earthly branches present had 2 gleams of desire in their eyes. Everyone. I hope you won't spread the following news, so I hope you can make an oath and a restriction. Netero's eyes were as sharp as torches, his expression was serious, and his tone was filled with undeniable majesty. Emolin's blind box store is a double-edged sword for these earthly branches that have strong strength and influence. He wanted to delay the exposure of Emolin's blind box store to the world as much as possible. At Netero's request, all 12 earthly branches swore an oath. The information obtained from Netero was only circulated among 12 people. 5 minutes later, when the ceremony was completed, Netero slowly opened his mouth and told the story of Emolin's blind box store. He told all the earthly branches present everything he had experienced, knew, and speculated about the Wanja blind box store. Everyone, this is what I want to say. The existence of blind box stores is a double-edged sword. I hope you can use it reasonably. The meeting is adjourned. After Netero finished speaking, he left the meeting room, leaving the 12 earthly branches looking at each other in bewilderment. What I just said was too shocking, but it just explains everything that is happening now. Everyone. I'm leaving first. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. At once, the 12 earthly branches left the scene one after another. They wanted to verify what President Netero had just said. On the other side, the 8 gone people were divided into several different teams to make final preparations for the trip to the Dark Continent. Ilmi returned to the Zaldik family alone, intending to discuss the trip to the Dark Continent with his father. Hisoka disappeared into the crowd, while Emolaua followed behind Netero, preparing to go to the Dark Continent to prepare things. Gon, Killua, and Kate went to Emolin's blind box store together. For the 3 of them, Boss Emolin's blind box store is the fastest way to enhance their strength. There is nothing more joyful than drawing a blind box. He took out the purchase card, held it in his hand, and with a thought, he appeared in Emolin's Wanja blind box store in the next second. Mankai blind box store. Emolin was slacking off with Charmander when Gon and his 2 companions suddenly appeared in front of him. Everyone. Welcome to the Wanja blind box store. Long time no see. Emolin said with a smile. He knew the purpose of the 3 people in front of him. They came to him to replenish their equipment before setting off for the Dark Continent. Emolin saw Netero's recent movements through surveillance. This old guy finally spread the existence of the Wanja blind box store. The 12 earthly branches will bring in a huge amount of income. After all, the earthly branches have money, but there are no blind box points yet. Emolin is quite looking forward to the arrival of the earthly branches. Emolin stood up from the counter and walked towards Gon and others. Is there anything I can help you with? Boss Emolin, please give us 3 people, 12 legendary blind boxes each. Kate handed 3 purchase cards to Emolin. The entire assets of the 3 people are the 12,000 blind box points on the purchase card. Okay, wait a moment. Since they were all old customers, Emolin didn't waste any words. After receiving the card, he marked the 12,000 blind box points on the card, took out 36 legendary blind boxes from the warehouse and placed them on the counter. Gon and the other 2 opened the box silently in their minds with ease, and the light on the blind box began to flicker. As the blind boxes were opened one by one, lights of various colors illuminated the entire blind box store. After a while, from the expressions on the 3 people's faces, it can be seen that the result of opening the blind box this time was quite good. Gon, 2 golds and 1 purple. Kate, 1 gold and 2 purple. Killua, HxH. Killua. You actually opened a colorful item. Seeing the colorful light, Gon couldn't help but exclaim. The record for colored items was broken by Killua, and President Netero is no longer the only one who has colored items. Killua, you are really lucky. Congratulations. Emolin also came to Killua curiously. This is the first person besides President Netero to receive a colored item. Staring at the object floating in the colorful light in the air in front of him, Emolin felt that it looked strangely familiar. This looks like a smaller version of REI. Killua couldn't wait to touch the ball of light in the air with his fingertips, and information about the object flooded into his mind. Colored items. REI, from the Seer universe, the legendary god of thunder, the second patron saint of Helka in the Pano galaxy, the king of the new generation of electric elves, powerful and unfathomable. It really is it. Emolin said secretly. This was the first time he saw a pixie from the Seer universe. One of the 3 giant elves in the early days of Seer, a mysterious boss as famous as Gaia and Cassius. Powerful is its synonym. Rei broke away from the ball of light and floated in the air. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Killua in front of him. The moment Killua's fingertips touched it, a close connection was established between the two. The moment he saw Rei appear in front of him, Killua was completely stunned. Dressed in yellow and white with lightning flashing all over his body, Rei exudes a noble and powerful aura. Hello. My name is Rei. Hello. My name is Killua. Killua, who ate the thunder fruit and turned into lightning, was naturally attracted to Rei, and the two felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy from each other. During the process of getting to know each other, Kate and Gon also checked the information of the items in front of them. Gon. Gold items. Night Bat Mask, from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. After wearing it, you will gain the power of darkness and can go to the world of shadows to summon the Night Bat group, Flying Shadow. But be careful not to keep it for too long, otherwise you will be eroded by the shadows. Domain, Gagwan Iron Wall Mountain, from the world of spells, the domain of the special grade spell Spirit Lahu, which releases a large amount of telekinesis and unfolds a domain with spells. Ordinary Nin will be burned to ashes in an instant if they enter his domain. Purple items. A Senzu Bean, from the Dragon Ball world, I really can't collect any more, Karin really doesn't have any left. Kate. Gold items. Super Advanced Destructive Magic, Crash, from the world of Fairy Tale, it can instantly shatter the atomic connections of the material it touches. If used on a living being, the effect depends on the caster's intention, and can turn the opponent into dust on the spot or turn it into thousands of small clones. Purple items. Explosive Talisman *1000, from the Naruto world, art is explosion. Scientific Ninja Tool Capsule, Fire Style, Great Fireball Annihilation, from the Naruto world, contains a one-time ninjutsu fire style, Great Fireball Annihilation. Hiss! Emolin gasped when he saw the golden items that Gon and Kate had obtained. So practical. Chapter 97. A week later. International Ferry Permit Office. This licensing office is an organization directly under V5, and is specifically responsible for the affairs of crossing to the Dark Continent. Its job is to manage the entry and exit information of the whole world, investigate and input it into the database, taking into account the political and social situation of each country, the habitat distribution and migration of animals and plants, climate change, etc. Calculate navigation risks, nature protection levels, and ultimately make the safety index public. Anyone who wants to travel to the Dark Continent must obtain permission from the Permit Office. President Netero led a team of 10 people to the Visa Office and obtained permission to travel to the Dark Continent. Visa Officer Cass handed Netero 11 permit certificates stamped with the Permit Office seal and took the opportunity to ask. President Netero, I really can't believe that you are actually leading the team to the Dark Continent in person. The greatest taboo of mankind, the territory that must not be violated, the Dark Continent. Are you ready to conquer the Dark Continent? Netero took the license certificate and chuckled. Humans have gained power beyond your imagination. That is why I dare to lead the team to the Dark Continent in person. Visa Officer Cass sighed and then laughed. Then President Netero, I wish you a safe return from this exploration trip. Mingbo Republic, Sky Arena, Sky Harbor. The wet and salty sea breeze mixed with a hint of water vapor blew in my face, sweeping across the entire Sky Harbor. The entire harbor has been completely occupied by soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Mingbo Republic. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, stretching for several miles and forming a tight blockade. On an empty stand near the sea, the more than 90-meter-long Wolf Castle spacecraft was floating quietly in the air waiting for the departure signal. President Netero led 10 team members to stand in the temporary command post under the stands and made final arrangements with the generals of the Mingbo Republic. President Netero, even though you are an old man who has been to the Dark Continent, there are some things we still need to explain in advance. The Dark Continent is known as a forbidden place for humans. It is full of dangers. If any strange creature gets entangled with you, you are likely to die on the spot. You know the 5 disasters best. So, the target of your exploration this time can only be one of the 5 places where the 5 disasters were discovered before. Please make your choice. The general took out a yellowed map made of craft paper from a cabinet nearby and spread it on the table. This is an accurate map showing the locations where the 5 major disasters were discovered. Netero looked at the human world plate in the center of the map, his eyes drooping, and pondered for a moment. He knew very well that V5 wanted him to bring back the treasure from the Dark Continent. The 5 disasters are not only 5 curses, but also the gatekeepers of 5 treasures. Without exception, near the 5 major disasters, there are fantastic resources that humans have been unable to develop in thousands of years. Paputi Ichthyobi asked, Danger Level A, guarding a mineral called Infinity Stone. Plant weapon gold and silver ingots, Danger Level B+, it guards the vanilla that can cure any disease. Two-tailed snake Hell Bell, Danger Level A, guarding the food of immortality, Nitolamai. Immortal disease, Zorba disease Danger Level B+, guarding an alchemical plant. Gas life form E Danger Level A, guarding the ternary water that can become the raw material of all liquids. The 5 disasters were running wildly in Netero's mind, and he was thinking about which place would be safer to go to. General, I have decided to head to the Labyrinth City in the forest north of Lake Mobius. Okay, President Netero. All the information about the plant weapon gold and silver ingots will be sent to your spaceship later. After a day of rest, all 11 members of the exploration team have boarded the Wolf Castle spacecraft, waiting to set sail. At the conference round table on the Wolf Castle spaceship, 11 people gathered around the table. In front of him was a complete document about plant weapons, gold and silver ingots that Netero had just distributed. Swish, swish, swish. For everyone present except Netero, this information was like a newly discovered new world, full of attraction. Is this the information about the gold and silver ingots, one of the 5 major disasters, plant weapons? Pariston quickly flipped through the information in his hand and smacked his lips repeatedly. While everyone was looking through the information, Netero slowly told them the information he knew about gold and silver bars. Everyone. This time we are heading to a mysterious sea of trees in the north of Lake Mobius. There is an ancient labyrinth city there. Legend has it that there grows a herb that is said to be able to cure any disease. It is said that Dong Freaks, who wrote the New World Chronicle, ate this herb and the immortal Nitolamai. Swish. At this point, Netero turned to the 5th page of the information, which contained information about humans exploring the maze. Everyone, please turn to page 5. In order to obtain this herb, the Sahelta United States once sent a special forces team into the Labyrinth City, but they were completely defeated by the plant weapons guarding the city, gold and silver ingots. And there are only 2 survivors. Looking at the number of survivors in the data, Netero couldn't help but pause. He recalled that when he was young, he led the members of the Hunter Association to explore the Dark Continent. That was the first time he had seen such a horrific scene. Everything, including the creatures and plants, were incredibly large. A wildflower on the roadside may cost you your life. Therefore, Netero was extremely cautious about this exploration and was prepared to reorganize. He continued reading. The ferocity of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots is designated as B. The description of B means that depending on the conditions, it may actively attack humans. It is very likely that they are only attacking intruders who have invaded the Labyrinth City. Judging from the appearance, the body below the head is completely human. It is unlikely to be naturally formed. It is most likely a synthetic weapon obtained by modifying humans. And the number is only 10 to dozens. The description of fertility is that if certain conditions are met, explosive reproduction can be achieved. Whether it is reproduction through infectious behavior or reproduction through reproductive behavior is unknown. The above is all the information about plant weapon gold and silver ingots that Netero has summarized based on his own understanding and everything in the data. Everyone. Before entering the maze, please count all the items and abilities you have with you. I don't want you to hide things from me. Chapter 98. Netero glanced at the 10 people around him with sharp eyes, waiting for their responses. He prepared a lot for this dark continent exploration trip. Currently, the items I have include the colorful Wolf Castle spaceship, the weather cube, and the 4-dimensional pocket with 10 uses. Golden item Fangfreet, it is a sword that has eaten the elephant fruit. It contains a universal capsule plus with 10,000 cubic meters of space and a gourmet tablecloth that can conjure food 10 times a day. I have a useful purple item, 3 Momotaro rice balls. Feeding them to wild beasts can make them obedient and docile. I just wonder if it will work on the creatures of the Dark Continent. Netero counted all the items he had, and he explained the function of each item in detail to the group of 10 people in front of him. After introducing Netero, I will start with Kate and introduce them one by one. Kate, a rainbow stone, an umbrella called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, a super advanced destructive magic, crash, 1000 detonating talismans and a scientific ninja tool capsule. Hisoka, I only have the old man. Ilmi, the front blade of the magic knife, the piercing ring, the wallpaper room, the arbitrary door with 5 limited uses left, and the swimming powder for 15 people. Killua, Pikachu, REI. This open-hearted introduction lasted nearly half an hour. When everyone finished introducing their items, Pariston and Cheadle's faces showed a hint of shock. The ability of each item can be said to be quite amazing. When did these 9 people come into contact with Boss Emolin's blind box store? Pariston thought to himself. At this moment, he was actually a little jealous. After learning about the existence of the blind box shop of all worlds from President Netero, Pariston and the other 11 earthly branches quietly went to the blind box shop of all worlds in the Sky Arena. He and Cheadle spent a total of 8 billion blind boxes in the blind box store. 80 high-end blind boxes. The two of them only obtained 5 golden items in total. That Gaijin actually only spent 1 billion rings to get 2 golden items. What luck! Absolutely what luck! He Pariston only obtained 3 golden items. These 3 items are parts of 1 item. Special Grade Curse Spirit Inarihara Fragment *3, from the Jujutsu world, Atsutsu Yuata's childhood sweetheart, but now she belongs to Pariston. The 3 fragments just make up a complete special grade Curse Spirit Inarihara. Fortunately, this special grade cursed spirit was very powerful. When he summoned Rika Kimoto, he saw a hint of shyness from a little girl on her ferocious face. My heart was moved. This is his perfect ideal type. At that moment when the special grade cursed spirit prayed to Rika Ben, unprecedentedly powerful energy surged out of her body. Rika, I love you. Pariston hugged Rika's strong arms tightly. So this is how President Netero feels, different from Nin. So cool. On the other hand, Cheadle Yorkshire only received 2 gold items. Imperial Equipment, 5 Vision Universal Observer. Fragment *2, from the Crimson World, an Imperial Equipment with 5 abilities, Clairvoyance, Farsightedness, Perspective, Future Vision, and Illusion. It can see into people's hearts, observe far away, penetrate visual barriers, see the future, and initiate illusions. Cheadle's eyes widened when he received the golden prop. Ever since I got to know the abilities of the 8 teammates around me in the underground base of the Hunter Association, there was a string in her heart. Becoming a useful person is always her pursuit. After obtaining this imperial weapon, Cheadle Yorkshire positioned himself as a supporting member of the team. The healing fruit combined with the imperial weapon, the 5 vision all-powerful, the two worked together to give Cheetle the ability to heal and observe. She took the initiative to ask Leorio to form a team, and the two of them became the medical team. Leader and fighter, Netero. Deputy team leader and support team, Pariston. Logistics support team, Cheetle, Leorio. Advance exploration team, Hisoka, Illumi. Combat support team, Gon, Killua, Emolaou, Kate. Only with a clear division of labor can a team have a chance of survival in the dark continent full of dangers. As the Wolf Castle spaceship slowly sailed out of the island where the human world was located, the boundless Lake Mobius slowly emerged. Looking from the spacecraft, the azure water of Lake Mobius looks like a sapphire inlaid on the surface of the Earth, sparkling with dazzling golden light under the reflection of the sunlight. Beneath the calm lake surface, a huge black shadow can be vaguely seen swaying with its tail. Plop! A huge wave suddenly arose on the calm lake surface, and a dark shadow under the lake broke through the surface of the lake and leaped into the air. A bloody mouth attacked the Wolf Castle spaceship in mid-air. Wow, what a big fish! Gon exclaimed. It was the first time he saw such a big fish. Its entire body was covered with silver-gray scales, and half of its body was out of the water, nearly tens of meters long. Its head was more than 10 times larger than the swamp fish he had caught on Whale Island. The sudden attack of the strange fish made Gon and Killua nervous. Monster! What should we do? Killua exclaimed. After all, they were young and had never seen the world, so Gon and Killua were the only two people in the whole team who seemed a little panicked. President Netero smiled slightly. Wolfberg spaceship, activate the energy shield. Space-based weapons preparation. Buzz. The next second, a blue energy shield enveloped the Wolf Castle spaceship. The moment the monster fish's bloody mouth bit the blue shield, there was a crack sound. The teeth, which were 2 or 3 meters long, suddenly broke when they came into contact with the blue chaos. Aho! The strange fish became angry when it was blocked. It roared and green gas gushed out of its mouth, covering the entire Wolf Castle spaceship. Boom boom boom! A huge monster fish leaped to the top of the Wolf Castle spaceship and used its slender body to wrap around the Wolf Castle spaceship with its blue shield turned on. We haven't left the human world too far and have just reached the border of Mobius. They were attacked by monsters. Bite. Space-based weapons are 99% charged. Space-based weapons are fully charged. Emission. Boom. In the sky of a parallel universe, a laser beam fell from the sky. Descends into the sky of the Hunter world. The huge strange fish that was entangled with the Wolf Castle spaceship suddenly trembled and looked up at the sky. A blinding light grew brighter and brighter. With the breath of destruction, it penetrated its body. Sizzle! The body of the strange fish was broken into 2 pieces by the beam of light from the space-based weapon. Half of the body fell from the sky. Chapter 99. Boom! The body of the huge monster fish fell from mid-air into the clear Lake Mobius, splashing huge waves on the calm surface of the lake. After half of the fish fell into the lake, the azure water surface instantly turned scarlet. Inside the Wolfberg spaceship, after witnessing the power of space-based weapons, everyone's expressions were very varied. Master President, I never thought that this Wolf Castle spaceship has such a powerful attack method. Pariston stared at the half-fish body wrapped in the blue shield, hanging in the air and gushing blood. His eyes widened. There was a hint of sourness in his tone. Is this the power of colorful objects? It's so powerful. Pariston could only mutter in his heart. Ever since he went to the Wanja blind box store, he knew the level of items opened in the blind boxes, and colored items are undoubtedly the highest level at present. And Netero actually has 3 items of this level. Pariston was as jealous as a lemon. Everyone, this is the dark continent outside the human world. It is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Netero pointed to the water where half of the fish had just fallen and continued. The Dark Continent is a place without any rules. The law of the jungle prevails and the survival of the fittest is the eternal law. Even in Lake Mobius, it is several times more terrifying than the most dangerous place in the human world. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The body of the strange fish fell into the lake and floated on the surface of the lake. In less than a minute, countless dense and fine black spots began to appear around the fish's body, rushing towards the half-fish body madly. In less than a minute, half of the fish's body revealed its snow-white bones. Only at this time did the people on the spacecraft see clearly what these fine black spots were. They were small fish with a dark body, less than 30 centimeters long, and sharp teeth. This fish is called sawfish. It was discovered by a team exploring the Dark Continent more than 100 years ago. At that time, there was only a slight smell of blood leaking from the cabin, and the fish went crazy. In less than 5 minutes, they ate up the wooden boat that was dozens of meters long. The teeth are as sharp as steel, and the digestive juices in their bodies are extremely corrosive. Once you are targeted, it is difficult to escape. And when these fish appear, they appear in schools of hundreds or even thousands. Netero slowly narrated the information about the sawfish. He knew everything about the Dark Continent recorded by humans. As the leader of this expedition team, he acted like an encyclopedia. How terrifying! The Dark Continent is so dangerous! Gon exclaimed. In the year he turned 12, he experienced more exciting things than in the past 11 years combined. He was shocked to see such ferocious fish as soon as he stepped into Lake Mobius. Gon, you're surprised too early, said Pariston. As the vice president of the Hunter Association, although he has not been exposed to as much information about the Dark Continent as Netero, he is definitely considered to be a knowledgeable person in the group. The threat level of this sawfish is only D level. If there weren't so many of them, an ordinary adult could use some equipment to deal with it. After all, it's just a fish. Bang! The Wolf Castle spaceship floating in the air suddenly tilted, and then the huge strange fish entangled on the blue shield fell down with a loud bang. With a weird cry of awe, the huge fish fell into the school of sawtooth fish. Swish, swish, swish. Nature's gift is here. Scarlet blood, pieces of flesh of varying sizes, and the azure blue water were intertwined together and kept surging on the surface of the lake. A strange fish that was dozens of meters long was reduced to a skeleton floating on the lake in less than 20 minutes. Cruel. Bloody. The ordinary things happening every moment in the Dark Continent shocked these hunters who were stepping out of the human kingdom for the first time. Netero laughed as he looked at the constipated faces. Everyone, cheer up! The Dark Continent is waiting for us. 2 days later. After the Wolfberg spaceship flew at full speed, and after some incorrect adjustments in direction, the group finally stumbled to their destination, the northern forest of Lake Mobius. Wow, is this the northern sea of trees? It's so spectacular! Killua stuck his whole body to the glass cover of the spaceship, staring at the northern sea of trees right below the spaceship. Gon, come and see! Killua's exclamation immediately attracted the other people who were doing their own things. They all put down what they were doing and came to the floor-to-ceiling window of the Wolf Castle spaceship. Shocking, so shocking! The first thing that catches your eye is a dead green. Looking closely, you will see that they are towering trees growing above the lake, intertwined with each other, forming an endless sea of trees. Buzz! Netero controlled the Wolf Castle spaceship to slowly descend several hundred meters in altitude. The originally clearly visible spaceship was now covered with a layer of fine green smoke. Every time the Wolfberg spaceship descended a little, the sound of the sky in the sea of trees made the eardrums of everyone on the spaceship buzz. Descending into the sea of trees, Netero controlled the Wolf Castle spacecraft to hover above the trunk of a giant tree. Several people in the spaceship looked at the mysterious forest space. The green smoke floating around the spaceship blocked their sight, but they could vaguely see the intertwined tree trunks. Deep in the surrounding green mist, the sounds of beasts roaring, birds singing, and fish leaping in the water intertwined together, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the sea of trees when the wind blew, exuding a desolate atmosphere. Is this the interior of the sea of trees? It seems a little different from the dead silence seen from the sky. Hisoka looked at the environment of the sea of trees through the glass. If you only look at it from above the sea of trees, you would think it is a desolate and dead place. But all kinds of sounds mixed together and rushed into my ears. The people on the spaceship realized that this place was full of unknown dangers, just like the strange fish attack they experienced in Lake Mobius. Wait! Look, there's a dark shadow over there! Gon shouted, pointing somewhere in the green smoke. Several people followed the direction of Gon's finger and noticed a dark shadow. Through the green smoke, everyone could vaguely see that the black shadow seemed to be a standing human figure. He walks upright, has a well-proportioned figure, and resembles a human. However, his arms hang down to his knees. They are a little too long. Pariston observed carefully and his expression gradually became nervous. Could it be the gold and silver ingots that are one of the 5 disasters? Chapter 100. After hearing the name of the plant weapon gold and silver ingots, Gon and Killua both gasped. That is one of the 5 disasters with a danger level of B+. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Several people standing in front of the glass cover of the Wolf Castle spaceship stared nervously at the dark shadow slowly approaching the Wolf Castle spaceship. The green smoke lingering around the spaceship gradually dissipated. The black figure slowly emerged, a standing ape that was 2 meters tall. An ape. What is it going to do? Boom! Before everyone could react, they felt the Wolf Castle spaceship shake violently. The next second, Gon and Killua's vision was blocked by a black shadow. The standing ape was clinging to the glass of the Wolf Castle spaceship, opening a big mouth full of fangs. It bit the semicircular bulging glass cover, and its fangs and claws scratched the glass surface, making a sharp sizzling sound. Coupled with the ape's hideous and terrifying face, Gon and Killua were so scared that they took a few steps back. Ah! The combined impact of sight and sound almost left the 2 12-year-old children with psychological trauma. Boom! Sizzle! The ape lying on the glass suddenly stood up and pounded the glass of the spaceship like crazy after seeing Gon and Killua retreat. The apes were incredibly strong, and every blow they made caused a considerable vibration to the Wolf Castle spaceship. President Netero, please raise the Wolf Castle spaceship. Pariston looked at Netero and requested. Netero didn't say anything, but just stared at the ape in front of him who was roaring madly and pounding the glass. After 2 or 3 seconds, he slowly spoke. You see, this ape has a roll of leather and paper on his waist. With Netero's instructions, everyone looked at the lush hair on the ape's waist. On the left side of the waist, near the buttocks, there was a brown scroll-like object tied with a knot, with a section of hair protruding out. The scroll was difficult to spot because it matched the brown hair of the ape so closely. Everyone, this ape is too strange. When it saw us, it tried to knock on the glass like crazy. And with this scroll, I think it must have seen humans before. Pariston speculated. The ape's reaction was too abnormal. If it is not for food, creatures will rarely go crazy and try to catch another creature. Of course, there is another possibility that humans did something bad to the ape, causing it to break the glass and approach humans as soon as it approached the spacecraft and saw humans. The scroll was most likely left behind by some human who came here. Based on the ape's reaction, several people have already formed a reasonable guess in their minds. I didn't expect to meet such an ape right after landing in the forest. It's really fate. Hisoka sneered. He was now somewhat impatient to get out of the Wolf Castle spaceship and have a beautiful and intimate exchange of blood and flesh with the ape. President Netero, please let me out. I can control this ape with strings. Hisoka stared at the ape that continued to bang on the glass and pleaded with a hint of excitement in his tone. President, the scroll on this ape may contain some secrets. We still have to get the scroll from the ape. Mo, who had been silent all the time, raised his sunglasses and stared at the ape. Everyone! Hisoka, Mo, come with me. You guys find a way to control this ape. I have a way to calm him down. Netero remembered a purple item he once obtained, the Momotaro rice ball. Outside the Wolfberg spaceship. When Netero and the other two just walked out of the Wolf Castle spaceship, the ape who was knocking on the glass seemed to sense the presence of Netero and the other two. With a whoosh, it disappeared from in front of the glass. The next second, it leaped towards Netero, opening its claws and tearing at Netero's face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several transparent threads shot out from the center of Hisoka's palm and wrapped around the ape's limbs, and it jumped onto another tree trunk nearby. He manipulated the transparent silk thread in his hand, trying to control the ape's movements. Bun! The ape paused during the attack, glanced at its limbs, and felt a resistance pressing down on its limbs. Ahaha! The ape roared and tensed his limbs. The muscles of the entangled limbs swelled instantly and broke the transparent silk threads. When Mo saw that Hisoka did not stop the ape's actions, he immediately activated the ability of the smoke fruit, elementalizing his entire body, turning it into a ball of smoke and blending into the green smoke. A stream of green smoke was directed towards the rushing ape, and just as the ape's sharp claws were about to reach Netero, they stopped straight about half a meter in front of Netero's face. The ape's limbs were controlled by both smoke and silk threads, and he could not move for a while. Ahaha! The controlled ape had flames of anger in his eyes, his limbs struggled hard, and hoarse roars came out of his throat. It doesn't accept. It wanted to kill Netero right in front of it. Kill all the humans here. Netero looked at the ape's angry face expressionlessly, took out a Momotaro rice ball from his pocket and threw it into the ape's mouth. A large hand pinched the ape's lower jaw and pushed it up towards the upper jaw several times, forcing it to chew. After 3 or 5 seconds, the ape stopped roaring, and its head drooped, looking at its feet. President Netero, what is this? The contrast between the apes before and after made Mo a little confused. President, what did you feed it? Momotaro rice ball, a purple item I got from Boss Emolin before. Once a rice ball is thrown, if it is eaten by an animal, not including humans, it will completely obey the words of the person who threw it. Isn't this ape an animal? Netero was a little confused. It had been a minute or two since he had eaten the rice ball, but why was the ape's head drooping like he was dead? Is this thing expired? Ahaha, ahaha. A soft sound came from the ape's mouth, which was completely different from the previous roar. When the ape raised his head, his big watery eyes looked at Netero in a silly and cute way, and the corners of his mouth actually curled up on his ferocious face. He gave an ugly smile. It's trying to please me. This thought came to Netero's mind. Let it go. But, President, what if? Mo was worried that the ape was pretending, as apes have very high IQs. Acting is no problem at all. It's okay, Momotaro rice balls have already worked. At Netero's repeated request, Hisoka and Mo released the restraints, and the freed ape lay meekly at Netero's feet, stroking his shoes with his big hands. He kept shouting ahaha. Netero bent down and took the scroll from the ape's waist, untied the straps tied to the scroll, and slowly opened it. Chapter 101. Netero touched the scroll with both hands, feeling a warm sensation coming from his fingertips, and as he opened his hands, he carefully examined the material of the scroll in his hands. Tough and elastic, it seems to be the skin of some animal. Rubbing his fingertips gently, Netero could feel a layer of raised texture covering the rough outer surface of the scroll. As the scroll slowly opened, the smooth white inner pages were covered with lines of fine text. There are 1 or 2 mysterious patterns interspersed between every few lines of text. It looks like someone left this here on purpose. Netero said softly. He had never seen such text. Netero is currently the oldest hunter in the Hunter Association. Throughout his long life, he has constantly challenged himself, learned knowledge, and mastered almost all the texts recorded in the human world. Various words kept running back and forth in my mind, but none of them overlapped with the words on the scroll. President, let's go back to the spaceship first. We can discuss the matter of the scroll together. Emolao reminded. This forest area covered by green smoke is too dangerous. Even a random ape that jumps out can be extremely aggressive to humans. The Dark Continent really taught them a hard lesson. Inside the Wolfberg spaceship, Netero reproduced the contents of the scroll and projected it onto the virtual projection inside the spacecraft. 11 people sat around the conference table, staring at the contents recorded on the scroll in the virtual projection. It seems to be a written language, but why does this ape always carry it with him? Cheadle Yorkshire looked at the obedient ape sitting next to Netero with a suspicious look on his face. He used the pen in his hand to copy the text on the scroll onto the paper in front of him, thinking as he copied. I think the person who left this scroll is most likely a highly intelligent creature. Just based on the fact that he left behind written records, we can guess that this intelligent creature is likely to have evolved a civilization. Pariston said. What does the emergence of writing represent? The emergence of writing is the result of the further development of symbols and abstract pictures. It is an image or symbol that records thoughts, communicates ideas, or carries language, and is generally regarded as an important symbol of the birth of civilization. A new writing system means the birth of a new civilization. When Pariston expressed his guess, the ape sitting next to Netero stretched out his left hand to tug at the corner of Netero's clothes, and pointed with his right hand at the words virtually projected in the air. He was still shouting "Aha, aha," and his expression seemed a little nervous. Be quiet! Netero snorted coldly. How could such a serious discussion be disturbed by the apes? After seeing Netero's serious expression, the ape put his hands away, shrank back behind Netero angrily, and stared at the words on the virtual projection. The ape incident was just a minor incident and the meeting continued. So can we speculate that the ape has encountered some kind of intelligent creature like humans and encountered some bad things? Otherwise, why would it go crazy and attack us as soon as it saw us? Killua added. Several people turned their gaze towards the ape again. The appearance of this ape was the first intelligent creature the exploration team encountered in the Dark Continent. Moreover, when he appeared, he was carrying a scroll with unknown text recorded on it. This was exactly what the Dark Continent exploration team wanted. An unknown civilization living in the Dark Continent appeared in the sight of several people. The unknown represents more possibilities. President, that ape has been pulling your arm and pointing at the scroll, saying aha non-stop. Does he know something? Cheadle's eyes have been almost always on the ape since Netero brought the ape into the spaceship. She was observing the ape's every move, trying to get some useful information from this abnormal ape. Yet, Netero, who had been looking at the contents of the scroll in deep thought, only paid attention to the actions of the ape after being reminded by Cheadle. After feeding Momotaro rice balls, the ferocious and manic ape became extremely docile, and his eyes became clearer. After being scolded by Netero, the ape who shrank behind the president seemed to be quietly reaching out to touch the corner of Netero's clothes. The ape grasped the corner of Netero's clothes with his index finger and thumb, shaking it gently, and making a buzzing aha sound from time to time. If you don't observe carefully, you won't be able to detect its movements. It would be nice if I could understand what this ape is saying. Gon supported his head with both hands on the table, fantasizing about being able to understand what the ape is saying. The ape's actions seemed to be telling the others something, but they couldn't communicate in the same language, and everyone was very curious about the appearance of the scroll. The focus of the meeting was not on the apes. By the way, President Netero, don't you have the opportunity to use the fourth-dimensional pocket? The props from the world of Doraemon usually have magical effects. You can try them. Gon suddenly thought that every time he opened a blind box and obtained props, the explanations behind these props would tell him which world they came from. Many of these magical props, such as the locating stick and the anywhere door, come from the world of Doraemon. Perhaps, the four-dimensional pocket will give an answer. Yes. Gon's reminder made Netero slap his head. When people get old, their brains are often not as flexible as those of children. After saying that, he took out the four-dimensional pocket from the universal capsule and stuck the white semicircular four-dimensional pocket on the clothes in front of his abdomen. I want a prop that can understand the ape's speech. As Netero spoke, he inserted his hand into the four-dimensional pocket in front of his abdomen, stirred it twice, and took out a grey cube-shaped object. The information about the item was immediately transmitted to Netero's mind. Everyone, this thing is called translation kanjak. After eating it, you can communicate with creatures whose languages you don't understand. The old man swallowed the translation kanjak in a few mouthfuls, and the next second, the ape's original ahaha sound turned into words that Netero could understand. After understanding what the ape said, Netero's expression changed and his brows frowned. Ahaha, ahaha. Master, master, that thing can't be opened, can't be opened. Can't open. But now it's open. Netero asked hurriedly, why? Ahaha. The ape looked at Netero in surprise. Just now, it kept asking Netero not to open the scroll and read the text on it, but the other party did not respond. How come the two sides can communicate now? The ape didn't care about that and continued. Ahaha, ahaha, ahaha. The words on the scroll are a curse. My people were killed by it. Curse. Chapter 102. What curse? Netero then asked. Ahaha, ahaha. That is a horrible curse that will eventually turn all living things into green smoke in the sea of trees. Wait. You know the words on the scroll? Netero asked back. From the brief conversation he had just had with the ape, he had obtained enough information. 1. The text in the scroll is harmful. 2. Apes have races, and the existence of races means that these apes are social creatures and there are quite a few of them. 3. The curse will transform living things into green smoke in the sea of trees. Could this thick green smoke be transformed from the living beings in the sea of trees? That's not right. You said the contents of the scroll are a curse, which proves that you should know what the contents of the scroll are. All your people were killed by it. How do you live well? This is the strangest thing. If the curse on the scroll can kill all the apes, how can the apes live in peace? Ahaha, ahaha, master, I would have died a long time ago. The ape said this with a choked voice. Netero was in a state of confusion, and his head seemed to explode after hearing the ape's words. What do you mean he died a long time ago? Aren't you, the ape, standing properly in front of yourself? Is it so weird? Huff. Netero took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He was already 120 years old, but this was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Even when they came to the Dark Continent before, they only encountered terrifying creatures that they could not defeat. That is a threat that can be clearly seen. With such a strange threat before him, his heart sank and he thought about the ape's words. A living ape said that he had died a long time ago, but it happened right before my eyes. Dark Continent is still as exciting as ever. I ask, you answer, and you tell me everything you know. Netero pulled a piece of white paper from the table and began to record the words of the ape in front of him. Half an hour later. The conversation between Netero and the ape is over. In just half an hour, Netero's hands never stopped. With a serious expression, he kept recording the information provided by the ape. On the conference table, there were 3 pieces of paper filled with words in the official hunter language, all of which contained some strange and bizarre stories. The 3 pieces of paper were circulated back and forth among the 10-member team. After they read the information on the papers, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. Surprise, confusion, shock, fear. The information on the paper almost summarizes the life of this ape. The ape's name is Domar, a 90-year-old adult ape. The name of their race is Kanana, and they are the indigenous people of this sea of trees. In the Kanana tribe, an ape goes through childhood, adulthood, and old age. Apes enter childhood at the age of 10, become adults at the age of 60, and enter old age at the age of 160. The longest-lived ape in the Kanana tribe is 261 years old. Ever since the ape Domar could remember, he had lived in this sea of trees. Its tribe once consisted of 100,000 apes like Domar, living in a dense forest southwest of this sea of trees. The Kanana people have lived in this forest for thousands of years, and due to the scarcity of food, their life has always been dull and hard. Until 20 years ago, a creature with human appearance like Netero and his group came to the Kanana tribe. From that day on, the entire Kanana tribe lived a life without worries about food and drink. As soon as this human arrived at the Kanana tribe, he used magical means to control the growth of some grain and fruit-producing trees in the sea of trees, allowing fruits that would normally take several months to mature in just a few days. Ever since he performed his miraculous tricks, this human has been worshipped as a god by all members of the Kanana tribe. This is the true god who saved the Kanana tribe from the food shortage crisis. All the Kanana people are extremely respectful to the gods. During their interactions, the gods taught the Kanana people the spell to control the growth of trees, which is the spell on the scroll. After casting the spell, almost every member of the Kanana tribe gained the ability to control the growth of plants, so they could get enough food in a few days and no longer had to worry about food. All apes are immersed in this happy life of being able to obtain food quickly. But the good times did not last long. 1 year after the gods left, the Kanana people who had cast the spell began to age rapidly. In just 3 or 4 days, they went from a young man in his 80s or 90s to an old man over 200 years old. The apes that died of old age eventually turned into a wisp of green smoke floating in the sea of trees. In other words, the green smoke floating in the sea of trees is the ashes of the Kanana people. In less than half a year, a tribe of hundreds of thousands of apes was turned into green smoke. The ape Domar in front of him turned into green smoke and floated for an unknown period of time. By chance, his body turned into smoke and touched this most original spell scroll. The smoke body miraculously solidified again and finally returned to the year when Domar was 90 years old. The revived ape wandered among the trees all day long. With the scroll in his pocket, he lived here for another year. The story is very short, but its excitement and shock can be seen from the faces of several people. Mouth opened wide, pupils dilated, eyebrows lowered. The ape's story made the few people realize one thing: there are probably countless intelligent creatures like the ape Kanana tribe in the Dark Continent. From the incident in which the ape Domar attacked the spaceship, it can be seen that it possesses considerable strength. This just reflects the danger of the Dark Continent from the side. An ordinary biological group, just an adult ordinary ape, has the ability to easily kill an experienced hunter. This matter seems too weird. From the description of the ape Domar, I guess this scroll accelerates the ripening of the fruit at the cost of the caster's life. Why would that mysterious human do such a thing? Cheadle sorted out the context of the whole matter and found that there was one point that was unclear. Why did this so-called god come to the Kanana tribe and teach them the spell that consumes life? It doesn't seem to make any sense. Everyone, things are too strange. We can only take one step at a time. Now we must continue to explore this sea of trees. After all, V5 also gave us a mission before we came here, to find the legendary herb that can cure any disease. We have to find the lost maze first. Chapter 103. Netero was able to lead a team of 10 to explore the Dark Continent because he had made an agreement with the top management of V5 in advance. Every time humans set foot on the Dark Continent, danger is accompanied by opportunities. This time, Netero goes to the Lost Labyrinth in the forest. His main task is to find the vanilla that is said to be able to cure all diseases for V5. But I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived at the forest, I was attacked by apes and encountered such a strange thing. Inside the Wolfberg spaceship. When everyone learned what happened to the ape Domar, they were filled with curiosity about the unknown god. If we continue along this line of inquiry, we may very likely discover the secrets of humanity. Everyone, let's put this matter to an end for now. Our top priority is to explore the lost labyrinth and find the herb that can cure all diseases. Cheadle, after the meeting, you need to record the data of this ape incident. We will study this matter again after the exploration mission is completed. According to the map provided by V5, this place is more than 200 kilometers away from the lost labyrinth. We need to prepare. Netero was afraid that everyone would be immersed in the incident of the mysterious god, so he immediately raised the focus of this mission and diverted attention elsewhere. Netero, who has lived for more than 100 years, has a premonition that the deeper the matter gets involved, the more dangerous it will be. Combined with the tasks she had previously received from the blind box store, it is very likely that the Queen Ant was able to come to the human world from the Dark Continent intentionally. Some beings seem to be constantly approaching humans. What do they want to do? What exactly is it? Netero was at a loss for words. All sorts of messy and fragmented information were running around in his mind, and he couldn't form a complete chain to find the direction in which events were developing. Forget about it, let's quickly prepare to go to the lost labyrinth. Netero sighed softly and went into his bedroom. As night falls, various sounds begin to emanate from the peaceful sea of trees, birds chirping, cicadas buzzing, beasts roaring. Taking advantage of the night, Netero and his crew drove the Wolf Castle spaceship to the northwest of the forest for half a day and finally found the legendary Lost Labyrinth. Squeak! When the Wolf Castle spaceship approached the edge of the maze city, it suddenly stopped, as if it had hit a ball of soft cotton. Due to the strong inertia, everyone in the spaceship could not stand steadily for a moment and swayed back and forth. What's going on? Gon exclaimed. It seems that the Wolf Castle spaceship hit something. Hisoka stood by the window and looked out of the spaceship. In the pitch-black night sky, white stars suddenly twinkled, and the bow of the spacecraft sank into a ball of oily film-like substance that was flickering with a faint blue color. If you want to take another step forward, the oil film-like substance will vibrate violently, and light blue powder will fall from the surface of the oil film during the shaking process. The blue film trembled violently, and from the place where it touched the bow of the spacecraft, a blue halo spread from one point to the end of the darkness. Through the blue luminous film, everyone on the spaceship saw that a huge blue film was wrapping around a city that looked like a maze. Looking from above the Wolfberg spaceship, the roads in the entire city were winding and as messy as the lines on the surface of a circuit board. Is this the lost maze? It's really shocking. Pariston opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes wide open. From the data of the lost labyrinth recorded in V5, we can only get a glimpse of a corner of the labyrinth, because the expedition team at that time entered the depths of the labyrinth from the sea of trees on the ground. Without taking a peek at the entire maze from the air, you won't be able to feel the enormity and overwhelming shock of the lost maze. Netero controlled the Wolf Blast spaceship to circle above the maze, trying to find a way to enter it. The Wolfberg spacecraft flew north from the impact site for a full 10 minutes before reaching the other end of the city, where there was also a layer of blue film covering the city. Everyone, it seems that we can only enter the lost labyrinth from the ground. Netero said. During the flight, he had already gotten a glimpse of the entire maze. The size of this city was about the same as the size of the Sky Arena where the Wanja blind box store was located. Seen from the air, the entire city is a square maze, with a few tall buildings occasionally standing tall, and the rest are just short 1- or 2-story buildings. This layer of oil film seems to be protecting the lost labyrinth. It's like a big cover that covers the entire city. Cheadle sat at the conference table, already sketching out a lost maze with a pen. Written next to the sketch were her guesses about the information in the maze. 1. The lost maze seems to refuse outsiders from forcing their way in. 2. According to V5's previous exploration log, there is an entrance on the east side of the Lost Maze, which is the only entrance that can be entered from the ground. 3. Is there any difference between the Lost Maze at night and the Lost Maze during the day? Cheadle summarized the current predicament with 3 short guesses, saying that more preparation is needed if one wants to enter the Lost Maze. I suggest that we wait for 2 days and observe the difference between day and night in the Lost Maze. This way we can make a comparison and find the best time to enter. Pariston raised his hand. Even though he had the exploration log provided by V5 and knew in advance the possible dangers in the maze, Pariston still adhered to the principle of being cautious. The most terrifying thing in this maze has not yet been encountered by the few people. That is the plant weapon gold and silver ingot, which is said to be a B-end level threat. It is the greatest terror in the maze. After listening to everyone's analysis, Netero looked down at the ape Dormar who was sleeping at his feet, and suddenly thought of something. Almost forgot about this guy. The indigenous people living in the Sea of Trees may have some understanding of the Lost Labyrinth. The old man reached out his hand and gently shook the ape at his feet. The ape, who was still sleeping, suddenly woke up and looked at Netero with sleepy eyes. "Ah ha 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 ha, master, what's the matter at this time of night?" The ape, who had just woken up from a sweet dream, was obviously still dizzy. He yawned several times and forced himself to keep his eyes open while suppressing his sleepiness. "Come and take a look. Have you been to this place before?" Without saying a word, Netero grabbed the ape's neck and dragged it into the main control room of the Wolf Castle spacecraft, letting it look at the Lost Maze on the ground from the front of the spacecraft. When he arrived at the main control room, the ape who had been yawning saw the blue oil film substance flashing faint blue light. All the sleepiness disappeared instantly. He rushed to the glass of the main control room with great excitement, and lay there, staring at the Lost Maze below. He shouted excitedly, a little breathlessly. Chapter 104. Ahaha, 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 here, it's actually here, there is a devil in this place. The ape's tone was full of fear, and Netero noticed that his hands, which were pressed against the glass surface, were shaking constantly. Through the reflection on the glass surface, the expression on the ape's face was extremely terrified. It seems like he saw something extraordinary. "Domar, have you been to this place?" Netero walked up to the ape, reached out and stroked its back, trying to calm it down. But when Netero's right hand touched the ape's back, his hand began to tremble along with the ape's trembling body. The shaking frequency made Netero's heart tremble uncontrollably. Moment. Netero brought the ape back to the large conference table and had him sit in a chair to calm down while several people surrounded him. From Netero, they learned that the ape in front of them, who was still in a state of fear, was familiar with the Lost Labyrinth. It wasn't until the ape let out a long sigh and seemed to relax a lot that Netero spoke again. "Don't be afraid, Domar. Have you ever been to that city?" Dormar, having come out of his state of fear, looked at Netero again. With his master by his side, he felt much more at ease. It slowly spoke, "Ahaha, ahaha, yes, I have been here with a dozen of my tribesmen." "Really?" Netero's eyes lit up after hearing Domar's words, and he continued to ask. "Will you tell me everything you know?" Netero never imagined that the ape he had captured with the Momotaro rice ball had also been to this lost city. From its words, it seemed to have experienced something in this city. "Otherwise I wouldn't be so scared." Netero sat beside the ape, stroked its back with his hand, and listened carefully to what the ape said. "Ahaha, ahaha, this city is a taboo place for the Kanana tribe. All the apes who come here eventually become nutrients for the big head. Ahahaha, those creatures with the same bodies as you and big round heads on their heads seem to be the guards here." The ape Domar spoke for a full half-hour before he told Netero his entire experience. Netero then relayed the message to the other people present. The information about the orangutans is as follows. There have been records about this lost labyrinth since the beginning of the Kanana tribe. The records passed down by their ancestors are about this devil's land where treasures are buried. All newborn apes are told from childhood that they are not allowed to set foot in this city, otherwise they will lose their lives. But even so, over the years there are still curious apes who travel to the lost labyrinth together. But most people end up dying here. When Domar was 30 years old, he came to this place with a dozen adult apes. When they first entered the lost maze, they were full of curiosity about everything. High-rise buildings, strange structures, and some odd little things scattered around the city allowed these apes, who had lived in the sea of trees for generations, to see a new world. However, the dozen or so apes had only been in the lost city for less than half a day when they encountered plant weapons and gold and silver ingots. The strength of the ape tribe is very strong. A young ape can pull up a small tree that 3 people can hug. An adult ape can even blow up a big tree that 10 people can hug with one punch. Every ape can be said to be a humanoid weapon. However, after being resurrected, Domar lost his original power. A dozen apes fought back against the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, that attacked them. With their strong bodies, 1 gold and silver ingot was no problem at all. They expressed doubts about the ancestral teachings recorded by their ancestors, but when a gold and silver ingot died, more gold and silver ingots emerged from the city's buildings, forests, and land. There are so many that I can't even count them. Finally, with the desperate protection of more than a dozen apes, Domar was sent out of the lost maze, and the gold and silver ingots chose to stop at the entrance of the maze. From the brief message from the ape Domar, Netero, and others obtained more important information. 1. The power of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, is very strong. 2. Once you leave the lost maze, gold and silver ingots will no longer chase the enemy. 3. There are a large number of gold and silver ingots. It is very likely that killing 1 gold and silver ingot will attract other gold and silver ingots out. 4. This lost labyrinth has existed for thousands of years, and the Kanana tribe has long recorded it. So shocking! After summarizing the information, several people came to this conclusion, which can be said to be an extremely bold guess. The lost labyrinth has existed for thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, it was very likely a place where some intelligent creatures or humans lived. Cheetle was a little excited. For a hunter, exploring the unknown and discovering the truth is a great thing. If we can find the secret of this lost maze, we will most likely discover the traces of humans in the Dark Continent. According to V5's guess, the humans on the small island in the center of Lake Mobius are most likely from the Dark Continent, or there may be other humans in the Dark Continent. This is a very important thing for research on human origins. Everyone, have a good rest tonight. 2 people form a team and take turns on duty. We need to send a team out tomorrow to explore the outskirts of the city. Netero hardly slept that night. He lay in bed, his mind full of thoughts about the lost labyrinth. He knew more than his team members. For example, the Queen Ant's coming to the human world was a deliberate conspiracy. Someone deliberately sent the Queen Ant to the human world. What the purpose is still unknown. After meeting Domar, the ape, just after arriving in the forest, and learning more about the things in the forest, Netero was both worried and excited about the next journey. A sleepless night. The next day, early in the morning, Netero divided the 11-man squad into 3 groups. Netero, Cheetle, and Periston stayed on the spaceship. Hisoka, Illumi, Gon, and Kate conduct ground exploration as the first exploration team. Killua and Emolawa were the second team to conduct aerial exploration. Leorio and Kurapika were patrolling around the spaceship. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the team members set out separately to explore the lost maze. Team 1, with Hisoka as the leader. Hisoka, who led the team members, was like a wild horse running free, echoing in the dense forest of the sea of trees. Following the map provided by V, they followed the outer wall of the lost maze and found the entrance through which the apes entered the lost maze. Everyone, this is the entrance to the lost maze. Hisoka stood in front of a tall stone wall and looked at the entrance to the maze in front of him. A rectangular doorway that looks several meters high is embedded in the tall city wall. The area around the doorway is covered with moss and miscellaneous wood, blocking most of the entrance. Gon wanted to take a step forward to see the entrance when he heard Hisoka yell. "Gon, come back! There are gold and silver bars there." Several transparent silk threads wrapped around Gon's body and pulled him backwards. During the retreat, Gon saw a round head behind the tree, facing him straight ahead. Chapter 105. Gon looked at the plant weapon gold and silver ingots standing at the entrance, his eyes widened and even his breathing slowed down a bit. He was very familiar with the names of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, in the Wolf Castle spaceship. Once upon a time, the HxH United States sent a special forces force to explore the lost maze in front of them. This force despised the plant weapons and gold and silver ingots in front of them. For this, an extremely heavy price was paid. "Gon, don't just stand there, come here quickly." Hisoka used a silk thread to pull Gon under the tree, reminding Gon to return to the team immediately. Kate and Ilmi protected Hisoka on both sides, and were alert to the gold and silver ingots that suddenly appeared in front of them. It was not until they faced the gold and silver ingots at close range that everyone could feel the terrifying aura emanating from them. Plant weapons gold and silver ingots, below the head is a sturdy human body, naked, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. The head is a big green sphere with a diameter as wide as the shoulders. There are brown cracks on the surface of the sphere similar to stretch marks. Although the round head has no eyes, when the other party's round head is facing Hisoka and others, it is as if a pair of cold eyes are staring at them. It makes one's back shiver uncontrollably. The two sides stared at each other for 2 or 3 minutes. The gold and silver ingots standing at the entrance of the maze quietly retreated and disappeared at the corner of the maze. Huff! Gon escaped back to Hisoka and sat down on a broad tree trunk, looking like he had survived a disaster. "Let's go back and inform President Netero of the situation here," Kate suggested. The appearance of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, disrupted the original exploration plan. For safety reasons, returning to the Wolf Castle spaceship to reunite is the best option. Kate looked at Hisoka with a pleading look in her eyes. He knew that the red-haired guy in front of him was a twisted pervert, but as he was the captain of the exploration team, he had to ask for his opinion. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the direction where the gold and silver ingots disappeared, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Collect the team, let's go back and wait for the next instruction from President Netero." Inside the Wolfberg spaceship, Hisoka's team was the first to return. When Netero saw Hisoka and his team return early, he was a little confused. When Hisoka informed Netero, who stayed behind in the spaceship, of what happened to his team, the old man's face showed an even more puzzled look. "Did you encounter a gold or silver ingot at the entrance of the maze? It shouldn't be like this." Netero gently stroked his long grey beard, feeling that this matter was somewhat odd. According to the logs kept by the HxH United States Special Forces, creatures like gold and silver ingots rarely appear at the entrance of the maze. Gold and silver ingots are highly intelligent and like to hide in the dark corners of the maze. They will set up traps and defense mechanisms, and often use sneak attacks on intruders of the maze. It seemed a little too strange that he showed up at the entrance of the maze in a grand manner, as Hisoka said, and stared at several people for a long time. Moreover, why would this gold and silver ingot that controlled the human body appear just when Hisoka and others arrived at the entrance of the maze? It was too much of a coincidence. "President Netero, the appearance of gold and silver ingots means that the other party may have discovered us intruders. It's better to be careful next time." Pariston combined the exploration of the interior of the maze in the log of the HxH United States Special Forces with the discovery of gold and silver ingots at the entrance of the maze by Hisoka and others. It can be inferred that the gold and silver ingots may have been eyeing the Wolf Castle spaceship. Bang! While a few people were still wondering why the gold and silver ingots appeared, the second sky team that went out to explore also returned. "Quick, Bandage Molau, he is injured. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, Killua's shouting was heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the cabin entrance, and they saw Killua's thin body carrying Molau, whose abdomen was pierced by a branch, rushing into the cabin with a panicked look on his face. Swoosh! Everyone rushed to Killua, took the injured Molau and asked. What happened? What happened to you? How did Molau get hurt? Call! Call! After Netero caught Molau, Killua felt relieved and collapsed on the ground. He took 2 deep breaths, adjusted his breathing, and began to speak. When we were flying over the maze to explore, suddenly a few giant trees started to move, and they kept shooting branches at Molau and me. Molau's upper body didn't have time to transform into an element and was pierced by the tree branch. Killua recalled everything that happened when he and Molau were exploring just now. Everything was fine, just near the center of the maze. The trees were even denser, with giant trees rising into the sky and covering a large area. When they tried to get closer, the giant trees seemed to come alive and began to attack Killua and the other person like crazy. Fortunately, elementalization can offset physical damage, otherwise I might have really died there. Netero helped the injured Molau to the medical room nearby and laid him flat on the operating table. Cheadle and Leorio were ready and went in to treat Molau. During the recovery time, Netero gathered everyone around the conference table again to summarize this exploration trip. President Netero, we discovered from the air that there are many human-shaped gold and silver ingots moving around randomly in the maze. When these gold and silver ingots walked under a large tree, they went into the trunk and disappeared. I roughly counted them and saw dozens of them. Also, in the center of the maze, there were many towering trees forming a large circle. When I tried to get close to them, those trees seemed to come alive and attacked us crazily. I guess there's something in there. Killua summarized his experience in a few short sentences. He was almost able to reach the center of the giant tree by relying on the super high-speed movement of the thunder fruit. See what's in there. Unfortunately, Mora 5 is injured and needs to be brought back as soon as possible. After listening to Killua's story, everyone frowned. The environment inside the maze was more severe than they had imagined. After listening to Killua's story, Pariston reflected on Hisoka's experience, wrote and drew on paper, and summarized several guesses. First, there are a large number of plant weapons and gold and silver ingots inside the maze, at least dozens of them. Second, the gold and silver ingots in the maze seem to have discovered the presence of the intruders, and they might be monitoring us somewhere. Third, in the center of the maze, surrounded by giant trees, there might be something extraordinary, perhaps it is the legendary vanilla that can cure all diseases. Fourth, be careful with gold and silver ingots, which can get into trees and can appear anywhere. Chapter 106. The environment inside the maze seems to be quite complicated. Netero sighed softly. I didn't expect that the situation would be so different this time when exploring the maze compared to the last time the Saherta United States Special Forces came. The opponent's previous experience is likely to be useless, and everything in the maze becomes unknown and dangerous again. The meeting lasted for a full hour, with everyone making guesses about the situation in the maze. And bring out your own arguments to convince others. The exploration of the unknown has always been hunters' pursuit, or in other words, people who can become hunters have the spirit of exploration in their bones. Squeak! The meeting was in full swing when the door of the medical room slowly opened and Cheadle and Leorio walked out with gloomy expressions. How is it? Is Molau seriously injured? Netero asked. Cheadle glanced at Leorio, and the two nodded to each other before speaking. Molau's situation is quite complicated. Let's talk about the branch that pierced his abdomen first. The branch did not pierce any organs. Leorio and I performed emergency surgery on Molau. Under the dual treatment of the Operation Fruit and the Healing Fruit, Molau's injuries have almost fully recovered. Now he is just a little weak due to excessive blood loss. At this point, Cheadle paused and glanced at Emolao, who was still lying unconscious on the operating table. Leorio saw the situation and took the initiative to explain. There is nothing wrong with Emolao's external injuries, but we found that he seemed to have been poisoned by a neurotoxin. Even after his injuries healed, he still couldn't wake up. Neurotoxin? Netero was a little confused. Why did they get to the topic of neurotoxin? Cheadle continued with Leorio's words, yes, it only took us 5 minutes to treat Emolao's injuries, but he is still in a coma. The two of us have been using the instruments in the medical room to examine Emolao and found that his brain nerves are shrinking little by little. We did a biopsy and found a new neurotoxin attacking his brain. After hearing this, Netero's heart sank and he asked in a low voice. How long can Emolao live? 1 week. Emolao's sudden infection with neurotoxin suddenly disrupted the entire team's plan. The group, who were originally planning to conduct a few days of survey and exploration of the maze, planned to enter the maze early the next morning. Search for the herb that is said to cure all ailments. At the big conference table, Netero asked everyone about the idea of going deep into the maze to find the herb that can cure all diseases. Netero has selfish motives in this matter. Among all the people present, he and Emolao were the closest. The two of them also worked together to resolve the crisis during the Chimera Ant incident. Moreover, he mainly requested Emolao to come with him to explore the Dark Continent. They must be rescued, but he is not sure whether these people have the same idea as him. After all, who would take a risk that could very likely cost them their life just for someone they don't know well? Everyone, you have all seen Emolao's current situation. I used the 4-dimensional pocket and the magic beans, but they had no effect on Emolao. Now my last hope is the vanilla in the maze that is said to be able to cure all diseases. Cheadle said that Emolao only has 1 week. I plan to go deep into the maze to look for vanilla tomorrow morning. I won't force you. Please raise your hands if you are willing to go with me. Oh. Several hands were raised at the same time, except for Ilmi and Paristan, everyone raised their hands. For a moment, Netero was deeply moved. He did not expect that in such a temporary team, so many people would be willing to take risks for their companions. Okay everyone, thank you very much. This exploration team only needs 4 people. The rest will stay on the Wolf Castle spaceship. Killua, Hisoka, Leorio, and I will set off early tomorrow morning to head deeper into the labyrinth. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone go back and take a rest first. The meeting was over and everyone returned to their rooms, leaving Netero alone, facing the unconscious Emolao in the infirmary. He gently stroked Emolao's strong arms and sighed, we can't lose anyone this time. Day 2. The 4-man exploration team is ready, with Netero as captain, Hisoka as vice-captain, and Killua and Leorio as team members. When it was still dawn in the morning, the 4 of them had already taken their handy props and some practical supplies and rushed to the entrance of the maze city. At the entrance, Netero signaled to pause, and he used the telekinesis of the chicken spell to rise into the air, looking at the wide wall at the entrance to the maze city. The city wall at the entrance is more than 10 meters high. There is nothing else on the wall except climbing plants and large patches of moss. Apart from the small entrance door at the bottom, there is no other way to enter the maze city. HxH. Netero returned to the team and told everyone his plan. Everyone, after we enter the maze, I will lead the way, Hisoka will be the last, and Killua will be the second. The 4 of us cannot be too far apart so that we can take care of each other in case of an emergency. Receive. Netero is very confident in the 3 team members selected this time, and each of them can be said to be meticulous. The purpose of this mission is of course to be cautious. Set off. At Netero's command, the 4 members of the team formed a line and headed towards the maze in a long snake formation. The entrance to the maze is a small door more than 2 meters high. Many small trees and shrubs grow around the front and back of the door, covering most of the small entrance. The surface of the door was covered with a layer of blue film, the same one that the Wolf Castle spacecraft had encountered in the sky before, but this time, the 4 people easily passed through the blue film and entered the maze. There doesn't seem to be any green smoke here. As soon as he entered the maze, Netero pricked his nose, sniffed the air around him, and sensed the difference in the maze. Yes. The oxygen content in the air feels much higher than in the sea of trees. As soon as they entered the maze, everyone looked at the buildings and facilities inside the maze with curiosity. What catches the eye are rows of neatly arranged tall and short buildings. The forms of these buildings are very similar to some ancient ruins discovered in the human world. The tile walls made of earth and bricks are covered with many green plants. It was a desolate scene. Moreover, there are no words or pictures on the building. That's not right. This doesn't seem to be the same as what I saw from the sky. Killua looked doubtful. Chapter 107. What's the meaning? Killua's words attracted the attention of the other 3, and they asked further. Elementalization. Killua's entire body turned into lightning, and he soared into the air, looking around at the buildings. Dilapidated, desolate, with earthen brick walls. At this moment, Killua's thoughts were finally confirmed. He lowered his face and returned to Netero and the others. President Netero, when Molau and I were observing during the day, from the sky, the scene looked like a modern city. The tall buildings are everywhere, intertwined with each other. But now that I've entered, the scene is very different from what I saw in the sky outside. It's desolate and dilapidated, and the building materials are earthen bricks and tiles. Killua paused here, his eyes rolling around. In his mind, he integrated and compared the intelligence everyone had collected over the past 2 days, trying to find some different clues. It could be a mirage, or some kind of illusion. Hisoka, who was leaning against the wall, looked up at the blue film in the sky and had a guess in his mind. Perhaps it's that blue film that seems to be covering up the ancient labyrinth city. Perhaps, Killua, the dozens of human-shaped plant weapons and gold and silver ingots you saw from the air might also be fake. Hisoka has always been meticulous and intelligent. He can find clues in just a few words. When he heard Killua report that he saw dozens of gold and silver ingots, he had doubts in his heart. What's more important is that those gold and silver ingots can integrate themselves into the trunks of trees, which is even more bizarre. The records of gold and silver ingots in the logs of the Saheta United States Special Forces did not mention the function Killua mentioned. The characteristics and habits of living things are generally difficult to change, and it has only been 100 years since humans last explored the ancient Maze City. It should be difficult for the properties of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, to undergo major changes. Everyone, your analysis is valuable information. Next, we will continue to set off according to the formation we have planned in advance. Be careful of all the plants around us. Netero, who had been listening to the analysis of several people, made a decision in his heart that the current goal was still to head towards the giant tree in the distance. Only when you arrive at the scene will you know whether there is any vanilla there that can cure all diseases. With Netero's instructions, everyone stopped guessing, and the 4 of them moved forward quickly with Netero in the lead, Hisoka behind, Killua in second, and Leorio in third. The group walked through the deserted streets, stepped over weeds that were half a person's height, and headed quickly towards their destination, which was surrounded by giant trees. With Netero leading the way, the team moved very quickly. In less than an hour, they had covered nearly half the distance. The 4 arrived at a dead end in the ancient labyrinth city. The 4 of them stood under the high wall that had been blocked, with a look of surprise on their faces. There was clearly a road in this place just now, how come? Flying explorer Killua looked at the huge city wall that was dozens of meters high in confusion, recalling the route he had just observed when he flew into the air. Go north from the city entrance, and after several major turns, you will eventually walk out of the maze and arrive at the place surrounded by giant trees in the center of Dada City. Half an hour ago, This place was passable, how come it has become a wall now? Killua didn't understand, and even suspected that he remembered it wrong. I'll fly up and take a look. Killua, floating in the air, activated the power of thunder and lightning and walked towards the top of the high wall. He wanted to see if this was different from the route he had observed before. Swish! Killua, the elementalized one, rises into the air at high speed. The thunder fruit grants the user lightning fast speed and the ability to fly. Killua has also gotten used to this speed. But when Killua rushed to a certain height, he was surprised to find that his speed was getting slower and slower, so slow that it was almost visible to the naked eye. The city wall was dozens of meters high. When he was halfway through his flight, an invisible resistance clamped Killua's body. The more he tried to rush upwards, the greater the resistance became. The greater the resistance, the slower he moved forward. When he rose to a height of nearly 30 meters, Killua found that the distance he moved could be measured in millimeters. In the eyes of the three people standing on the ground, Killua was suspended in mid-air, with his head raised, motionless. Ground. Netero and the other two looked at Killua hanging in the air, confused. Why is Killua parked there? Did you discover something? Leorio asked anxiously. Time is of the essence now. As a doctor, he is more aware of Mo-Lauhu's physical condition than ever before and there is no time to waste. Why did he stop there? Killua, Killua! Leorio yelled at Killua in the air, wanting to know the reason. After 3 or 2 sounds, Killua did not respond. He just stood there in the air, his head raised, trying to rush to the top. Stop shouting, Leorio, Killua seems to have encountered something. Hisoka opened his mouth to stop him, and as he spoke, his palms quietly opened, and several transparent silk threads shot into the air, trying to wrap around Killua's body. When the silk thread flew to a height of more than 20 meters, it encountered strong resistance. Due to inertia, the silk thread continued to rush towards Killua, and it was too late to retract it. Really? Hisoka sensed the stagnation coming from the thread and understood Killua's current situation. Leorio, cut the thread from my palm. What? Leorio was a little confused. Netero on the side seemed to understand something, and turned his palm into a blade, slashing in front of Hisoka's palm. Ka! The thread was cut, Hisoka withdrew his hand, and turned to look at Netero beside him. President Netero, there is a strong resistance several dozen meters above. Once you get stuck in it, it's like a person falling into a quagmire. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Killua is probably stuck in it now. Hisoka became unusually serious, frowning and lowering his head to think about the strange feeling just now. You want to pull your hand back, but the more you try to pull it back, the more you rush forward, causing you to sink deeper and deeper. Killua is probably in the same situation right now. After listening to Hisoka's words, the old man looked up at the sky and thought about how to rescue Killua from mid-air. No matter what object touches Killua, it has to pass through the stagnation zone in mid-air. The deeper you rush into it, the deeper you sink and the greater the resistance. What method should be used? Netero murmured. Hey, President Netero, have you forgotten my abilities? How could you underestimate the doctor? Leorio rushed in front of Netero and slowly opened his palm. Room. Chapter 108. Leorio placed his palm towards the ground, and a spinning, hollow, white, typhoon-like vortex began to appear beneath his palm. After 3 or 2 seconds, the rotating typhoon vortex is released after rotating a certain number of times, forming a global space. Killua in midair and the 3 people on the ground were all wrapped in it. This is the ability of Leorio's surgery fruit. He can freely divide and combine any objects in the hemispherical/global operating room created in the palm of his hand. The most terrifying and practical aspect of this ability is that it can replace 2 objects in the room space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Leorio exchanged a small stone on the ground with Killua, who was suspended in the air. The next second, the pebbles on the ground disappeared, and Killua appeared on the ground in mid-air. Huff, huff, huff. Killua, who survived the disaster, was gasping for breath, the look of fear on his face still not fading away. It's so scary. Killua trembled all over. The feeling of sinking deeper the more I tried to struggle still echoes in my mind, just like when I was a child and was thrown into the water by my father Silva to learn how to swim. You want to flap your arms and jump out of the water, but it feels like there are hands in the water grabbing you and trying to pull you into the water. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. That feeling of powerlessness and impending death kept lingering in my mind. Killua, calm down, what on earth just happened to you? Leorio came over to Killua and gently rubbed his back, trying to calm him down. After a few minutes, Killua finally came out of the oppressive feeling and spoke slowly. Just now, when I was flying in the air, I felt a lot of resistance, but I didn't pay attention to it. When I flew up another 10 meters, I found that I couldn't move. When I tried to pull myself away and move down, the more I struggled, the higher I flew. Although the distance I moved was short, I was sinking deeper and deeper. I feel like something is preventing me from flying over the city wall to observe. After Killua calmed down, he found that this matter was extremely strange. He could fly into the air at the entrance of the maze. But when we got here, not only had the terrain that we had surveyed at the beginning changed, but there was also an invisible resistance preventing us from surveying further. Do you think this maze could be moved? Leorio reminded. I once played a real-life maze game. When I was playing it, I clearly memorized all the paths, but in the end I just couldn't get out. After it was over, the boss told us that the walls of the maze can be moved. There are fixed times, and every once in a while, the walls will move according to a preset program. Leorio's words made everyone's thoughts clear up a lot. This was at least a reasonable explanation. If what Leorio said is true, then this maze will never be exited, right? Something suddenly occurred to Hisoka, and he looked towards Leorio. By the way, Leorio, can your room space move us to the other side of the wall? Leorio's room space, to put it simply, is a conceptual ability, the essence of which is to divide the space of objects within it. I'll try. Leorio opened the room space, and wanted to change his position to the other side of the wall. But, it failed. No, this wall blocks my perception. I can't sense anything on the other side of the wall. Wait, let me try cutting again. After saying that, he drew the sword on his back and slashed at the wall in front of him. Room cut. Cutting. Leorio's basic skill is to cut objects or creatures, or even personalities, into several pieces. The separated creatures will not die, feel pain, or bleed. Leorio can use this skill to help specific injured patients remove harmful substances from their bodies, thereby achieving the effect of healing the injured. The sword stretched out towards the wall, splashing a few scattered fire spots, but there was no imagined scene of cutting through the wall. After several consecutive slashes, there was no change on the wall in front of him except for shallow sword marks. No. Leorio shook his head, looking at the sword in his hand in confusion, recalling the feeling of the slash just now. The effect of the surgery fruit seemed to fail in an instant. Once it involved a wall, all abilities became useless. Let me try. Old man Netero held the practical chicken talisman, which he didn't believe in the air, and mobilized his telekinesis to perform ninjutsu. Wood release, flower tree world arrives. At the base of the wall, several green shadows of trees rose up, and Netero controlled the trees to rush towards the wall, trying to overturn it. But when the trees touched the wall, they wilted like frosted eggplants. The remaining two also used their skills to attack the wall, and as expected, the situation was exactly the same as Netero and Leorio. All abilities and means lost their original effectiveness the moment they touched the wall. Even the conceptual level weapon penetration ring was ineffective. For a moment, several people were stumped by the wall in front of them. What should I do now? Netero stared in a daze at the huge wall that was dozens of meters high in front of him. What kind of power could make all abilities ineffective? Now the road ahead is blocked, and the road in the air is also blocked, so only the way we came is unobstructed. Let's split up. 2 people in a group. One group will stay where they are and observe. The other group will go back in and explore. We'll observe from above whether the city walls have moved. If it moves, we can find patterns in it. Hisoka offered his opinion. If Leorio's guess is correct, then this may be the best solution at the moment. I think it's feasible. Let's go back the same way. Time was very tight, and with Hisoka's feasible plan, Netero organized the team to return along the same route. The 4 people were divided into 2 teams. Netero and Leorio enter the maze to explore. Killua and Hisoka stayed where they were, observing the movement of the walls within the maze. Half an hour later, the 4 returned to their starting point. Killua took off again and observed the situation in the maze from the air. This time, he marked all the situations in the maze again. Netero and Leorio went into the maze again with the new map. While Killua was observing, Hisoka used silk threads to create traps in the surrounding environment. To protect myself and Killua. But at this moment, a green round head slowly emerged from the ground under a tree. Staring at Killua and Hisoka. Chapter 109. Netero took action, taking Leorio along the route that the first few people took, moving quickly. At the entrance of the maze, Killua, flying in the air, releases the power of lightning to stimulate his own perception and expand the range of perception. Among the basic abilities of mindfulness, in the combined use of the 4 elements, there is an ability called Circle, which allows the chi to expand outward with itself as the center of the circle, and can detect intruders within the range covered by the chi. Those who have mastered Nen cultivation have a unique way of developing the circle. By placing telekinesis with a personal aura on the object that needs to be observed, a range of circles can be expanded in one direction. Extends further and longer. In the process of practicing the thunder fruit, Killua was surprised to find that the power of lightning could expand the perception range of Madoka. It's like the effect of radar magnification, and can magnify several times. Buzz. Blue electric ripples began to expand deeper into the maze with Killua as the center, little by little, following Netero through one bend after another. Hisoka stood below Killua, leaning against a tree at the entrance, observing the surrounding environment vigilantly. He used the power of the thread fruit in some hidden spaces, and used silk threads to make several sturdy spider web traps to prevent sudden attacks from other creatures. Yesterday, he actually saw a gold and silver ingot at the entrance outside the maze, staring at him. What if, suddenly... Bang! When Hisoka was thinking about the gold and silver ingots he encountered yesterday, he suddenly heard a dull loud noise in his ears. That is, Killua, forbidden! Hisoka shouted to Killua in the sky, then turned around and looked at the spider web trap set in the bushes on the right. Swish, swish, swish. The grass shook, the half-man-high bushes rustled, and several pieces of broken silk spider webs flew out from the grass. With a whoosh, a green round head popped out from the bushes, followed by a naked, muscular male body rising into the air. Dong dong! Both feet hit the ground at the same time, with such great force that Hisoka, who was standing not far away, could feel the strong vibration of the ground. What a powerful force! This was the first thought that came to Hisoka's mind. Before he could react, the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots in front of him, began to move. He moved. He lunged forward and rushed towards Hisoka, his 2 bare feet causing the ground to shake violently with every step. Oops! The gold and silver ingots attacked Hisoka. Hisoka's face changed and he stretched out his palms to face the gold and silver ingots rushing in front of him. Several transparent silk threads were entangled together. A thick line column like a hair was formed, which flew towards the gold and silver ingots, fell from the air, and went straight to the head of the gold and silver ingots. Each one of them can cut through threads of steel, and when tangled together, they can split a building in half with ease. Boom! The moment the super whip touched the head of the gold and silver ingot, it produced an extremely strong recoil force, and Hisoka was knocked back several meters. The forward steps of Jinnyending were also halted by Hisoka's super strangulation, and his feet sank into the ground for a few points. For a moment, dust flew up from the ground, obscuring the gold and silver ingots. Hisoka, how are you? Killua flew from the sky to Hisoka's side, his whole body transformed into elements, ready for battle. The crackling sound of electricity lingered around Killua's body, and his nerves were in a highly tense state. The plant weapon gold and silver ingot, one of the 5 legendary disasters in the Dark Continent, was standing in the smoke and dust less than 20 meters away from him. The force that could easily make the ground shake was extremely oppressive. Oh no! Killua felt his scalp tingling. He didn't expect that as soon as President Netero left, this gold and silver ingot would appear and attack him and Hisoka. Where on earth did it come from? Killua, watch your step! Hisoka exclaimed, alerting Killua to the sudden change in his footing. Several green vines broke through the ground and rushed towards Killua, who was dozens of centimeters above the ground, and rushed towards his upper body that had not yet been transformed into an element. In a flash, Killua reacted quickly. The lightning activated his brain, making his reaction nerves more acute, and a voltage of 20 million volts shot out from his palms. Lightning as thick as a bowl struck directly at the vines, and in an instant, all the vines were reduced to ashes. Things changed too quickly in the battle, and Hisoka and Killua adopted a long-range kite-flying tactic when facing the attack of gold and silver ingots. One of them flew into the air relying on the ability of the thunder fruit, and his hands continuously gathered the power of thunder and lightning, stabbing at the gold and silver ingots on the ground. The other one directly awakened its fruit, and the silk thread began to rapidly assimilate the surrounding environment. Trees, land, houses. Starting from the bottom of the gold and silver ingots, the assimilation of the silk threads began to spread in all directions, creating an environment suitable for Hisoka's attack. Hisoka created tens of thousands of transparent white lines arranged horizontally to form a huge white line wall like a wave. He stood on the top of the high white wall, manipulating the silk wall under his feet that looked like white waves from top to bottom. It surged towards the gold and silver ingots, attacking the opponent again and again. Can you break through the defense of gold and silver ingots? Hisoka murmured. Judging from the powerful strength of the gold and silver ingots, the toughness of the opponent's body is probably unimaginable. It is probably harder than steel. Bang! The wild white line turned into a swirling twist, drawing the gold and silver ingots into it. Hisoka's mind moved, and the white silk thread binding the gold and silver ingots became stronger again, rubbing against the body of the gold and silver ingots, making a loud sizzling sound. Is it working? Hisoka whispered. His eyes were fixed on the direction of the gold and silver ingots, with a glimmer of hope remaining in his heart. Bang! A pair of heavy punches pierced through from the inside of the white silk wall, and then they tore vigorously along the broken hole, tearing apart the white wall composed of tens of thousands of transparent silk threads. Seeing this, Hisoka's heart sank. Sure enough, Arano's powerful attack did not achieve the effect Hisoka expected. He couldn't even control the gold and silver ingots for a minute. He broke out of the gold and silver ingots controlled by Huanglang's white line, bent his knees, jumped up, and attacked Hisoka who was standing on the silk thread in mid-air. Its target is clear, which is Hisoka's head. Oh no! Hisoka thought to himself. The speed of the gold and silver ingots was so fast that Hisoka had no way to react. Even though it was experienced in combat, it could not think of a way to deal with the almost perfect body of the gold and silver ingot. Hisoka, step back and get out of the way. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. Chapter 110. When Hisoka heard Killua's words, he immediately shot several silk threads in his hand towards the head of the gold and silver ingot, and relied on the recoil force of the silk threads to retreat dozens of meters. The next second, 2 thunder dragons about several meters thick flew past and flew straight towards the body of the gold and silver ingot. The crackling sound of electricity roared past my ears. Hisoka's heart trembled and his eyes were filled with dazzling blue light. The thunder dragon struck the gold and silver ingots, pushing them dozens of meters away, and only stopped when it hit the city wall. Hisoka and Killua followed the direction of the gold and silver ingots' flight, looking towards the surface of the city wall that was hit. That wall! Hisoka sighed. The surface of the city wall where the gold and silver ingots hit did not suffer the slightest damage. What is this wall made of? It seems to have the same barrier function as the wall we encountered before. Killua remembered that when he was trapped in mid-air, the wall in front of him had the same function. Killua, look, the gold and silver ingots are stuck in the ground. Killua looked in the direction Hisoka pointed, and saw that the gold and silver ingots that had fallen under the city wall slowly stood up, their feet slowly sinking into the ground, and after 3 or 2 seconds, they disappeared into the ground. Disappeared. Killua lowered his brows and spoke in a low voice. Just after a fight, he disappeared? So weird. This gold and silver ingot is most likely the one that appeared at the door when we came to investigate yesterday. Hisoka came to Killua's side, remembering the gold and silver ingot that Gon was staring at the entrance to the city wall yesterday. It may have been targeting us for a long time. Killua guessed. It's very likely. By the way, you should float up into the air first and continue to observe the progress of Netero and Leorio. Hisoka reminded. Because of the sudden appearance of plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, the two people's previous plans were completely disrupted, and the old man still didn't know the situation here. Okay, I'll continue observing. Killua's figure flashed and he soared into the air again. He exerted all the power of lightning in his body to stimulate his perception ability to the maximum. The range of the circle was several times larger than the range he released at the beginning. The large-scale circle was like a radar, scanning the various situations in the maze. In a corner 4 kilometers away from him, 2 light spots moving at high speed appeared in Killua's consciousness. Found it. After hearing what Killua said, Hisoka once again set up more silk thread traps in the surrounding environment, defending all directions that might attack himself and Killua. As time passed, Killua's consciousness followed the footsteps of Netero and Leorio. As expected, when the two moved along the original path, the walls in the city began to move slowly. The road that was originally passable was blocked by a moving wall. If a road is blocked, several walls will move. Killua recorded the changes in the walls one by one on the map in his hand. When Netero reached the wall that had previously blocked several people, Killua had already recorded 11 places where the wall had moved. The movement of these walls is very interesting. When you retreat, these walls that were originally moved will return to their previous positions. It's as if nothing happened. 2 hours later, Netero and Leorio returned to the starting point of the maze to meet up with Killua and Hisoka. Both parties exchanged information about what they had just experienced. When Netero and Leorio learned that the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, attacked them, their faces darkened and they became worried about them. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, the gold and silver ingots attacked the two of them. What is the intention? I'm afraid this gold and silver ingot is indeed the one that Hisoka and the others encountered yesterday. Netero said. It actually chose to launch a sneak attack on you after Leorio and I left. I'm afraid its IQ is quite high. Okay, let's not talk about us anymore. What about you, President Netero? Killua changed the subject and asked about what happened to Netero and the other two. As he spoke, he handed the diagram he had drawn of moving the maze walls to Netero and Leorio. This picture shows the wall marked in red, and the direction of the arrow is the moving wall and direction. Netero took the map and looked at it carefully. There were 11 red marks on the map, which he used in conjunction with his own journey. Looking at the red-marked walls, he lowered his head and thought about the journey he had just taken. Wait, Killua, you mean that the wall we encountered moved, causing the 4 surrounding walls to move, blocking the original way out and turning it into a dead end? Leorio asked, pointing to the wall with the largest red mark on the map. After saying that, he and Netero looked at each other, and they both remembered something that had just happened. When I was operating with President Netero, I used the power of room and went behind the 4th wall you marked. Behind that wall, I found a plant weapon, a gold and silver ingot, standing at the base of the wall, with its head halfway through. When Leorio said this, he had already made a bold guess in his mind. Old man Netero beside him said first, I doubt that the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, can pass through the wall. No, maybe they can find a way to pass through the wall. Perhaps we can capture a plant weapon ingot and let it find a way to pass through the wall for us. Killua and Hisoka looked at each other, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. President Netero's method seems to be really feasible. The reason why the gold and silver ingots in this city can sink into the ground and pass through the walls is perhaps because they can find that spot on the wall. But how do we capture a living gold or silver ingot? Killua asked. Solving this problem is no easier than finding the legendary herb that can cure all diseases. These gold and silver ingots are elusive, and it is really difficult to spot these little guys unless they come out on their own. Hisoka looked at the bottom of the city wall where the gold and silver ingots had just disappeared. The entire base of the city wall, extending outward for 2 or 3 meters, was not affected by the awakening power of the string fruit. Plant weapons, gold and silver ingots? Perhaps we can start from the perspective of plants. Hisoka seemed to have thought of something, staring at Netero and spoke. President Netero, isn't your ability to manipulate trees? Give it a try and see if you can force this beast out. When the old man heard Hisoka's words, he immediately understood. Then he formed seals with his hands and hummed softly. Wood release, flower tree world arrives. Chapter 111. Netero gave an order, and instantly, in all places with land within a radius of dozens of meters with him as the center, saplings began to sprout from the ground. Wood release, flower tree world advent, as the most powerful ninjutsu among wood release ninjutsu, its main function is to use the huge amount of mental power in the body as nutrients to make the trees dormant in the land grow and become larger rapidly, and it can control these trees freely. Netero understood Hisoka's thoughts and activated the technique. He could clearly feel every raised sapling, propped up tree trunk, and other living things in the soil. Bang! The tree trunks and branches that rose from the ground, with their overwhelming force, broke through the soil and rolled up the rocks, turning over the land within a radius of dozens of meters. Bang! A tree trunk that was about 4 or 5 meters thick rose from the ground, hit a huge object, and then brought out a human-shaped object. Here it comes! Netero's eyes lit up. The main target finally arrived. Leorio, cut off the head of the gold and silver ingot. Netero shouted loudly and formed seals with his hands faster. All the tree trunks lying flat on the ground began to roll rapidly as if they had received some kind of command. They flew towards the gold and silver ingots that were knocked into the air by the tree trunk and entangled its limbs. The gold and silver ingots, whose limbs were tied, struggled hard. The muscles of his limbs were tense, his fists were clenched, and the bulging blood vessels at his wrists were clearly visible. The gold and silver ingots tore at it hard, trying to break free from Netero's control, but the more they struggled, the tighter the branches wrapped around their limbs became. It was not until this time that Jin Yinding realized that the old man in front of him was not at the same level as Hisoka and Killua. Buzz buzz buzz. After struggling in vain, the green round head of the gold and silver ingot began to shake rapidly, making a harsh sound. New green vines began to grow above the ground, attacking Netero. The plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, are not only extremely powerful, but also have the ability to control plants. Wow! As Jinyan and Netero fought for control of the plant, a cold light flashed and chopped directly at Jinyan's limbs. Room slaughterhouse. For a moment, a semicircular blue barrier enveloped the gold and silver ingots and Netero. Leorio entered the scene just in time with a long blade in hand, chopping off the green round head and limbs of the gold and silver ingot. Immediately afterwards, several unclear knife lights pierced through the human body made of gold and silver ingots, and more than a dozen pieces of human body fragments fell heavily to the ground. Hisoka, wrap this green round head with silk thread. Netero shouted to Hisoka. Hisoka received the order and opened his palms slightly. Countless transparent silk threads wrapped around the green ball, which was the head of the gold and silver ingot. After 2 or 3 minutes, seeing that the green head did not respond, everyone felt relieved and approached it. This should be the body of the gold and silver ingot. Leorio said, pointing at the pile of human remains on the ground. When I used the room space to cut off the green round head, the human torso lost its connection with the head. In the room space, no matter how many pieces a living thing is cut into, there is a connection between them. This shows that the so-called plant weapon gold and silver ingot is nothing more than this green round head parasitizing the human torso. Everyone looked at the body parts on the ground and felt that Leorio's analysis was somewhat reliable. Everyone has experienced the ability of room to cut through space. It can separate human bodies without shedding a drop of blood. However, the induction between bodies does exist, and the brain can control every part of the body and perform corresponding actions. Since this green head is the body of the gold and silver ingot, we can experiment and find the node on the wall that passes through another wall. Hisoka manipulated the silk thread in his hand and kept the round green head wrapped in the silk thread at a distance of 4 or 5 meters from himself. I was afraid that this round gold and silver ingot would react violently again. Hisoka, you control the gold and silver ingots to find the node leading to the other side on the wall. Netero and Hisoka controlled the gold and silver ingots, standing side by side, facing a tall wall in front of them. He formed seals with his hands, controlling the trees underground to grow rapidly, forming several vine tentacles that hovered around the gold and silver ingots wrapped in silk threads. The old man had taken full precautions against the gold and silver ingots in front of him. There are very few records about plant weapons and gold and silver ingots in the Republic of Sahili. Most of the profiles, such as the reproduction methods and the entities of the gold and silver ingots, are guesswork. This also caused Netero to be wary of the gold and silver ingots in front of him. He stood at the foot of the wall, observing the movement of the spherical gold and silver ingots. Hisoka controlled the gold and silver ingots, moving them inch by inch starting from a corner at the base of the wall, very carefully but very quickly. In less than 2 minutes, Hisoka felt the silk threads wrapped around the gold and silver ingots trying to break free. Hisoka was unstable due to the force, and his body leaned forward as the gold and silver ingots tried to escape, and he staggered a few steps. "That's it!" Hisoka yelled. Then he used all his strength to try to pull the gold and silver ingots that were about to break free from the silk thread and bring them back into his control. Seeing the situation, Netero began to quickly form seals with his hands, and the several vine tentacles in the air began to grow rapidly again. Layer upon layer of gold and silver ingots wrapped around the spherical ball. "It's right here. Leorio, use your ability to transfer all of us over there." "Roger that." President Netero. Leorio stared at a node on the wall marked with gold and silver ingots. A light blue semicircular spherical cover emerged from his hand, enveloping the 4 people including himself. "Room move." At the node of the wall covering the room space, Leorio had a strange feeling that his abilities seemed to be able to be used normally again. The next second, 4 people in a ball, including gold and silver ingots, appeared on the other side of the wall. "Success!" Killua shouted excitedly. It took only half a day to solve the obstruction problem within the maze and control a gold and silver ingot, which was a good start. "We have to hurry and enter the maze city again. Molauhu's condition cannot be delayed any longer." At that moment, the four of them headed towards the depths of the maze city together. 2 hours later, the four of them came to the maze where Killua was trapped in mid-air. In front of me is still the same tall wall. Netero instructed Hisoka to place the controlled gold and silver ingots on the wall again according to the method he had tried before. Controlling him, searching for a way out inch by inch. As expected, the creature's instinct to escape drove the gold and silver ingots. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, it found the node that passed through the wall. Room move. Chapter 112. Leorio released the room space and used the space displacement transferability of the operation fruit to pass through the node of the wall. After several people passed through the wall blocking their way behind them began to move again. Move slowly to the left and embed between the 2 horizontal walls. This. Killua looked at the wall that was now unobstructed again, and a different thought came to his mind. President Netero, the wall has returned to its original position. It looks like we have to follow the map we drew at the beginning and head deeper into the maze. Netero took out the first map he had drawn in advance from his pocket and checked the current locations of the people. Look, we are now halfway through the journey. The road deeper into the maze will become more complicated. There are several large direct routes outside the maze. After this intermediate node, it starts to become very small and messy roads, as complicated as a circuit board. Netero pointed to a clear path on the map and continued. Look at this one. In the map drawn by Killua, this is the only path that leads to the deepest part of the maze. We will explore along this path next. On the map, the entire maze city presents a circular city layout. In the center of the city is the place surrounded by giant trees that Killua and others had previously explored and discovered. Netero and the others were located at a node in the center of the circle. No matter which direction you go from in the maze, you can actually enter the deepest part of the maze city. Well, let's take a short rest here, and then set off after we have eaten and drunk enough. Half a day has passed since the group set out. They have been either traveling or fighting, and their physical strength has been severely depleted. Netero took out a magical item that had never been used from the universal capsule, a gourmet tablecloth. The blue tablecloth was slowly spread out, with strange patterns printed on its surface that were crisscrossed and intertwined. The other 3 looked at this ordinary tablecloth with curiosity in their eyes. President Netero, is this the gourmet tablecloth you mentioned? The one that claims to be able to conjure up food 10 times a day? Killua asked. There are many props with strange effects in the Wanja blind box store. They may not have powerful combat power, but they will definitely make up for certain needs of human beings. All these props come from the world called Doraemon. Netero, who was using the gourmet tablecloth for the first time, also looked at the tablecloth in front of him curiously, recalling the prompt words when he got this item in the blind box store before. Gourmet tablecloth, after spreading it out, think of the food you want to eat in your mind and it will appear on the tablecloth. Everyone, what would you like to order? Curry rice. Bread. Hand-pulled noodle. The 3 of them said in unison. So far, the 3 people are still skeptical about the function of the gourmet tablecloth. Only by seeing it with their own eyes can they experience the magic of the gourmet tablecloth. Swish, swish, swish. Bang. Netero closed his eyes, and with a thought, all kinds of delicious food began to appear one by one on the food tablecloth. Curry rice with a rich curry flavor, bread with a sweet and tempting aroma, and steaming ramen. In addition, there are many other foods. Steak, pasta, and even sushi are available. These foods are all the various delicacies that Netero has eaten when traveling around the world. Everyone, let's get started. Netero waved his hand, picked up a small piece of sushi from the tablecloth, and put it in his mouth. Chew it slowly. Seeing this, the 3 of them stopped carrying their food and picked up the food they wanted to eat, including bread, ramen, and curry rice. For a moment, the aroma of various foods wafted through the streets of the maze city. Killua, try this steak, it's delicious. Leorio took big bites of the curry rice in the bowl while chewing the steak on the plate. Leorio, don't eat so fast, drink some of this juice, it tastes like vanilla. Killua picked up a glass of green juice and handed it to Leorio, then carefully tasted the steak recommended by the other party. Sure enough, it was tender and juicy, with a rich meaty aroma. The food that appeared from the gourmet tablecloth was so delicious that it exceeded the four people's imagination. At first, no one had high expectations for this item. After all, it's nice to be able to turn a tablecloth into something edible. As the four of them savored the food, the rich aroma of food in the air attracted the attention of some creature. In this lost maze city, the aroma of food suddenly appeared, which was the first time in thousands of years for this city. In a big tree not far from Netero, a green humanoid plant that looked like a sapling, refer to Groot's appearance, slowly opened its eyes. What a nice smell, what is that smell, I want to eat it. How long have you slept? Why is there such a sweet smell in this maze? Has the original reputation here been revived? The sapling moved its body, poked its little head out from the side of the big tree, and followed the smell to look at Netero and his four companions who were eating not far away. Hey! Are they humans? But compared to the natives of the Lost Labyrinth, the clothes they wear seem to be different. The little sapling didn't know how long it had slept. It first looked around the maze city, which was almost the same as it was before it fell asleep. Just as dead silent and desolate. There is not a breath of life. It smells so good I want to eat it. The aroma of food on the gourmet tablecloth penetrated into the sapling's nostrils. It twitched a small bump on its face that looked like a nose. There was a hint of intoxication on the cracked face of the dead wood. Dudu wants to eat. The sapling called out its own name and coaxed itself. That's someone else's food, you can't eat it. But I really want to eat it. I haven't smelled such delicious food in years. Woo woo. Then just eat a little bit. They won't find out. The little sapling Dudu made up its mind, and the body of the tree began to emit a green halo. The green stars blend into the ground. In a corner where no one was paying attention, next to the delicious tablecloth, a small tentacle quietly climbed onto the tablecloth. While Netero and the other three were not paying attention, he dragged the bread on the tablecloth into the ground. When the bread sank into the ground, the sapling Dudu wrapped the bread with a green halo. Move to the tree where the sapling Dudu is. The bread is sweet as soon as you take a bite. What a nice smell! After 3 or 2 bites, the palm-sized bread was swallowed into Dudu's stomach. If you want to eat more, just take some more secretly. After eating a small piece of bread, Dudu still felt a little unsatisfied. The little tentacle slowly climbed onto the tablecloth again. Chapter 113. Hey! Leorio, you ate my steak. I want to save it for last. Killua was just about to enjoy the steak he had reserved for the last moment, but he discovered that the steak had disappeared from the white porcelain plate. He looked at Leorio and questioned with dissatisfaction in his tone. Steak? I didn't eat steak. Leorio's mouth was full of food, and he looked at Killua in confusion with his cheeks puffed out. Wait! Where's my orange juice? How come such a big glass of orange juice is gone? Leorio, with his mouth full of food, wanted to take a sip of orange juice to wash it off, but he found that there was not a single drop of the bright yellow-orange juice in the large glass. He picked up the large glass, looked at it carefully, and turned the bottom of the glass upside down to see if it was broken. No. What on earth is going on? Now that you two are talking, there was a piece of my bread missing just now. I thought you two ate it. Hisoka interrupted. Taking into account the situation of both of you, the amount of food on the tablecloth is indeed decreasing. Where did the food go if we didn't eat it? As he spoke, Hisoka nodded to President Netero, pointed at the gourmet tablecloth spread on the ground, and grabbed a corner of the tablecloth with both hands. He motioned to President Netero who was sitting opposite him, and they lifted the tablecloth together. Netero understood Hisoka's meaning and lifted the tablecloth in coordination with him. As the four of them were observing the situation under the tablecloth, a tiny vine suddenly broke through the ground and, like a small hand, was exploring something where the tablecloth had originally been. At this moment, the little sapling Dudu, who was hiding in the trees not far away, was eating the food stolen from the gourmet tablecloth with relish. The thin cheeks were filled with a mouthful of food, and the cheeks were so big that the bark above the cheeks was cracked. Hey! Where's the food? Dudu, the little sapling who was controlling the vine tentacles to steal food, found that he couldn't even touch the tablecloth. Oops! The next second, Dudu felt a strong pulling force trying to pull the vine out of the ground. It's over, it's over. I've been caught cheating. What should I do? What should I do? The sapling Dudu's body was glowing green. It controlled the trunk of the vine with a sudden increase in strength, trying to pull the controlled vine back into the soil. It's really embarrassing to be caught cheating. If the other party catches your true identity again, it will be the origin of embarrassment. In order to avoid embarrassment, the halo on the trunk of the sapling appeared even brighter. On the other side, Netero controlled another thick green vine growing out of the ground and pulled at the thin vine that had just emerged, trying to pull it out of the ground. Is this the vine that steals our food? You can tell at a glance that it has a strong sense of stealing. It was groping around on the ground just now. It's obvious that it wants to steal food. President Netero, pull this vine out of the ground and see. I think there will be something incredible to be gained. The three of them talked to each other and were determined to punish the thief who stole the food. President Netero, who was pulling the thin vine, looked at it with great curiosity. The vine was like a tentacle, and at the top of the vine there were several slender trunks similar to human fingers. This is different from the previous style of branches and vines controlled by gold and silver ingots. It is more spiritual. Netero felt that there must be a bigger secret behind this vine. Perhaps, the creature that controls it is another kind of intelligent creature in this maze city, different from gold and silver ingots. Netero shouted. Sage mode, activate. In an instant, a faint light orange color appeared above the old man's grey eyebrows, which was a sign that the sage mode had been activated. Natural energy surged from Netero's body and poured into the vines he controlled. The vines infused with natural energy were like Popeye who had eaten spinach, and they underwent a gorgeous transformation in an instant. More power. The texture is tougher. With just a slight force, the vine tug-of-war that was in a stalemate was instantly stopped, and the vine tentacles underground were pulled out with force. With the tremendous force, the tip of the tiny vine broke out of the soil little by little, and the long vine lifted up pieces of broken soil. For a moment, soil and dust flew everywhere. Following the pulled-up vines, Netero and the other three found that the thin vines were connected to a towering tree less than 100 meters away from them. The vines are connected to the giant tree, and there is something inside the tree that is controlling the vines. Hisoka raised his hand towards the towering tree, and countless white threads shot out from the center of his palm, entwining together to form a long, braided roll of silk threads. Boom! A wild white line struck the trunk of the giant tree straight down, cutting it in half. Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal the food, it just smelled so good. The huge tree broke, and a small sapling-like creature jumped out from it, screaming like a groundhog. After hearing what the sapling said, Netero and his companions couldn't help but feel dazed. It wasn't that the sapling's scream was piercing, but that they could actually understand what it said. Xiao Shui Miao speaks authentic hunter's official language, Mandarin, and it is very authentic, at least at the level of grade A Mandarin. It just sounds a little childish, as if the vocal line has not yet developed. Bang! The small sapling that jumped from the giant tree into the air had no time to control the vines and fell straight to the ground. The sound of its fall was crisp, and you could tell it was a dead fall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hisoka took advantage of the situation and opened both palms at the same time, facing the direction of the sapling, and several silk threads wrapped around the limbs of the sapling. The next moment, he crossed his hands and pressed them to the ground, and the tied sapling was hanging naked in the air. With his hands and feet tied, he looked at Netero and the others with a look of horror. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your food." The sapling shook its little head and apologized repeatedly. "Oh. So you intentionally stole our food?" Hisoka's face darkened, he lowered his head slightly, and stared at the sapling with his eyes rolled. If children saw Hisoka's expression, they would probably be scared and cry. No, I definitely didn't mean it. I just slept for too long. I haven't smelled the fragrance of human food for a long time. I couldn't help it." The sapling blinked its big watery eyes, pretending to be pitiful, trying to ask for forgiveness. When Hisoka was terrorizing the sapling, Netero, Leorio, and Killua looked at each other, and then the corners of their mouths suddenly rose. They both read a message from each other's eyes. The sapling in front of me seems easy to bully. Chapter 114. Hisoka, you watch this little guy while the three of us discuss how to deal with him. Netero snorted, staring at the sapling with cold eyes. The old face with cold and terrifying eyes frightened the young sapling so much that it shuddered all over and its body shook uncontrollably. Then, the old man took Killua and Leorio and turned around to hold a discussion with Hisoka and the sapling on their backs. Behind him, all he could hear was Hisoka's hee-hee-hee laughter. "President Netero, this little sapling seems to be very easy to communicate with, and it seems to be able to speak Hunter's official language." Leorio raised his right hand, made a knife-like gesture, and slashed it in the air. "How about I use the power of the surgery fruit to dissect it and take a look at its structure?" "No. Don't you think this little guy is very similar to a human child? We can always communicate." President Netero opposed Leorio's proposal. He said that all living creatures should be dissected. "Are you some kind of devil? This little sapling is the first intelligent and non-aggressive creature we have encountered since we entered the maze. Besides, it just said that it was in a deep sleep and woke up when it smelled the aroma of human food. It must know something." Netero decided to get something out of the young tree. "How about this? After we turn around, we'll act more ferocious and scare the little tree. Then use food to appease it, using both soft and hard methods." Good X2. With Netero's suggestion, they knew what they were going to do. When the three of them turned around and came to the sapling again, each of them had a fierce look on his face. The sudden change made it difficult for the sapling to adapt. It staggered and dared not make a sound. "Do you have a name?" Netero shouted angrily. "Name? My previous masters all called me Dudu, so my name should be Dudu." The sapling's voice trembled. It had never seen such a ferocious expression on a human. In the past, the owner always smiled at it, with a sweet smile every day. "Woo-woo master, I miss you so much." Dudu didn't dare to cry, and felt sad alone in his heart, for fear that the vicious man in front of him would see him crying and hit him impatiently. "From now on, I ask questions and you answer them. Did you hear that?" "I heard it." Netero waited for the sapling to calm down before slowly asking. "First, tell me what you are, why you can speak human language, and what is this master you mentioned?" Okay. The sapling began to think back to his past and thought about the year he was born. "I am a tree spirit, a creature born naturally from trees. I can communicate with trees and control some trees to fight. As for human language, it was taught to me by my former master. We tree spirits are very smart. My master is a human like you. It was a long time ago. This maze city was a very prosperous city." At this point, the sapling recalled the prosperous and bustling scenes of the maze city in the past, when its owner would take it to and from get off work every day, and on weekends take it to the forest for a picnic. "I was so happy back then. My master never despises or scares me because I am weak, and speaks to me gently every day. Hey! What are you thinking about? A loud shout brought the reminiscing sapling back to reality. The gentle master is gone, and instead there is only an old man with a fierce face and a harsh tone, not gentle at all. According to what you said, this labyrinth city was inhabited by people before. But, judging by the level of desolation, there has been no sign of life here for at least 1,000 years. The words of the sapling contained a lot of information, so much so that Netero could hardly imagine how many years the sapling in front of him had lived. According to the log of the last time the Sahelta United States Special Forces entered the Labyrinth City. After professional testing, the team's scientific researchers found that this maze city has existed for at least thousands of years. Judging from the degree of desolation, no one has lived here for at least 2,000 years. Besides, it is still unknown whether this city was ever inhabited. However, the small sapling in front of him seemed to have revealed the secret of this maze city. People once lived here and the city was quite prosperous. Okay, go on. Netero said in a deep voice while thinking. 2 hours later. 4 people and a small sapling sat around the gourmet tablecloth and enjoyed the delicious food together. You scared me to death just now, I thought you were bad guys. If you have anything to ask, you can just ask me. The sapling complained with a pout, but his hands never stopped for a moment. He used both hands, holding the chicken leg in his left hand and the orange juice in his right hand. His cheeks are bulging with food. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch the food from you. All the food here is yours. At this time, Netero's eyes no longer had the ferocity he had pretended to have, and he looked at the eating saplings with tenderness in his eyes. It's like an elderly grandfather doting on his grandson. Killua and Leorio sat beside the sapling, constantly passing it food that it couldn't reach. In just 2 hours, Netero and the other 3 have deeply understood the unique experience of the young sapling in front of them, and know that it is now in the infancy of the tree spirit. Tree spirits are naturally formed creatures that can only be born from towering trees that meet certain conditions. Each tree spirit has a very long lifespan. Before Dudu appeared, there were already young tree spirits in this maze city that had lived for about 10,000 years. Dudu's owner used to be the chief scientist of this maze city. Only someone with such an identity was qualified to raise a creature like a tree spirit. According to Dudu, it should be more than 3,000 years old now, because the tree spirit grows 10 centimeters taller every 1,000 years. The 32-centimeter tree spirit Dudu should theoretically be a 3,200-year-old tree spirit child. Dudu didn't know the reason why this maze city was deserted. When it was 500 years old, it accidentally fell asleep while playing hide-and-seek with its master. Forget about waking up. When I woke up again, this maze city was right in front of me. By the way, Dudu, do you recognize this thing? Hisoka slowly untied the gold and silver ingots that he had always carried with him, wrapped in silk thread, revealing half of the round ball, and placed it in front of Dudu. Isn't this a companion parasitic plant created by the master? How did it become like this? Dudu felt a familiar smell from the gold and silver ingots. When the owner was around, it accompanied the owner almost every day. The big ball in front of me is very familiar to me. The companion parasitic plant is a failed invention of Dudu's owner.